Good morning. Hi, welcome. My name is Anindya Ghose. I am a professor of IT and a professor of marketing at NYU Stern. I'm also the co-director of the Center for Business Analytics. I'd like to introduce my partner in crime, Mandie, who is the associate director of the Center for Business Analytics. Yes. She's been the chief architect of the whole program, so that applause is very well deserved. So I'd like to talk a couple of minutes about the center. You all have flyers in front of you that tells you more about the center and what we do. But just to get you started, we are basically in the business of collaborating extensively with companies in a variety of different ways, primarily based on some sort of deep intellectual engagement, such as a research project or an internship project or a longer-term project. And there's a lot of room for flexibility in terms of personalizing our services and our talent pool for a given company. What you'd see in your flyers is a picture of this kind, which gives you a sense for some of the core expertise of our faculty. We've got a lot of bench strength in some of the most cutting-edge phenomena in the space: digital marketing, social media, social networks, and obviously in crowds and open innovation. And we have different levels of membership as well. So if you're interested in exploring more about how your company or you can engage with the Center for Business Analytics, please feel free to let me or Mandie know. And the flyer will also have information on, for example, our email addresses and what's the best way to reach us. A couple of other things before I move on. So in terms of today's event, as you all know, it's titled New Frontiers in Crowdfunding and Crowdsourcing. We are delighted because we've got a great line of speakers, and some of you probably recognize some of the names. And the speakers come from both academia and industry. And in particular, I personally am delighted because we've got a tremendous bench strength at NYU Stern on these topics, and that is reflected in the program. At least 5 or 6 speakers are from Stern itself. So if you are on Wi-Fi, the wireless username is CBA. The password is NYU 2014 CB @sign. Those are the hashtags. I'd also like to thank our sponsor, Magnet Media. Also want to say hi to the folks on Google Hangout. I know a bunch of you guys are online on Google Hangout, so hi guys. And that's our hashtag. How many of you are on Twitter? Okay, so if you're on Twitter, that's our hashtag, #crowds NYU Stern. Okay. So again, thank you for being here this morning, despite the weather being what it is. So now I want to kick off the first session. I'd like to introduce my esteemed colleague, Professor Arun Sundararajan. Arun is a professor of Information Operations and Management Science at NYU. He's one of the world's leading experts on a variety of topics, such as social networks, open innovation and sharing economy, and more broadly on the economics of IT and information systems. So Arun is going to have a conversation with the CEO of Kickstarter, Mr. Yancey Strickler. So Arun, you go.
Thanks, Anindya. None of us really know what information operations and management sciences are, but they're sort of very inclusive and they're a good thing. So why don't we just get started? Yancey, why don't you join me? Yancey is the CEO of Kickstarter. We all know one of the co-founders of Kickstarter. We all know who Kickstarter is. And so why don't we just get started? I figured that, so thank you for being here. It's really great to have you join us. I thought we'd start with, there's most of the people here know what Kickstarter is. They know what crowdfunding is, so we don't need to go through the sort of...
It's turning me on, it's all right.
That wasn't in the advance sheet. So we don't really need to sort of explain to people what Kickstarter is, but so I wanted to start the conversation by, I've noticed that a lot of crowdfunding projects work and a lot of them don't. And so, with Kickstarter, it's about 50-50. So what sort of, if you had to describe the characteristics of a Kickstarter project that, what are the things that make something on Kickstarter work?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't think a ton of it, aside from maybe how a project is framed. I don't think a ton of it is on the project page itself. Like, I don't know that you can A/B two project pages and have slightly different copy or things like that, and it would make a huge difference. I think largely what dictates how people respond to it is the humanity behind the project, the way it's shared. A lot of what we try to encourage people to do is to not try to think of the perfect business pitch for what they're doing, but to try to express it in a very personal way, because I think there's a humanity that's pretty core to how Kickstarter works. And you know, you land on a project page and you see a person and a video, and you press play and try to get sense for who they are. So I think there's a lot of that, and I think the project page ends up being this really powerful canvas to share an idea, maybe the most powerful one on the web. And you know, but I think ultimately it's just that the spirit of the person that is what connects the most with people.
Okay, I mean, I've always got the feeling that it's sort of a social process. I mean, we think of this as crowdfunding, right? But you know, my perception has been that it's really, you know, sort of friend funding, and then, like, you know, the friends sort of bring in the crowd. Does that seem accurate, or like, you know, does it vary across projects?
It definitely varies across projects. Definitely early on, pretty much all projects were that way. At this point, over the course of 5 years, it's around 6 million people who backed a Kickstarter project, and like 1.7 million of them have backed more than one. And at this point, about 63% of the money has come from people returning to Kickstarter on a regular basis. So of the $1 billion, I think 30-40 million dollars has come from returning backers. So there's definitely a network to plug into, but it varies based on category. I mean, I think in games and film and technology and comics, there are huge communities sitting on Kickstarter looking for something cool to be a part of. But every project absolutely starts with your immediate network. I mean, that's who provides the initial validation that you are a trustworthy person, that you know what you're doing. If you even look at the success rates on Kickstarter, I mean, 44% of projects are successfully funded. About 11 or 12% of all projects get no funding whatsoever, so not a single backer.
Wow.
But those are people who obviously haven't told anyone about it. You know, the system will drive people to you, but
So
you have
sort of
to start. Yeah, but the stat that we've always tracked very closely is, you know, what is the tipping point at which a project is overwhelmingly likely to hit its goal? And projects that raise 20% of its funding goal are eventually successful over 80% of the time. So it's pretty early on in the process that there's sort of this validation of, hey, some chorus of people think this is worth doing. And I think that chorus and that collective decision making is so important on Kickstarter, you know, with the all or nothing model, where ultimately, you know, this is the largest safety mechanism within Kickstarter, is the fact that no money changes hands unless a quorum of people had agreed that it's a good idea. So you're tapping into the wisdom of the crowds, and so there's just this collective decision making that you know, unlocks this experience for creators and enables them to do their thing.
Okay, we're you know, we're in a business school, and we're very fond of these 80-20 and 20-80 rules.
Sure.
So yeah. Good to see another one. So what's the logic there of the all or nothing model? I mean, wouldn't it be better to give people whatever money was sort of raised for them? I mean, what's the calculus there?
That model makes sense if you're not concerned with accountability.
Okay.
I mean, people are backing projects in the support of creation something and for a reward in exchange. I mean, that's a part of it. And if there's zero accountability for if you've hit your, like, when money transacts, if I give you $50 to help you make $1 million movie and I'm only one of 10 people who gave you $50, what is the legal obligation to that project? And how, as a platform, are you supporting backers and allowing them to have a good experience? For us, the all or nothing model was there from the beginning. I mean, when my partner Perry first had the idea for Kickstarter in 2002, it was the all or nothing model that he thought about. He wanted to throw a concert in New Orleans and didn't have the means to put it together, but thought if there were just a system where he could propose this idea to the public, and the show would only happen if enough people agreed that it was worth doing, that made sense to him. So the all or nothing model was there from the beginning, and we've seen it as just a tremendous safety mechanism for both backers and creators. For backers, because you're only charged if a lot of other people agree, so you're never going to be like the one sucker or something like that. I mean, that's like the eBay problem, right? And then for creators, you know, you're only obligated to go through with something if you have the money that you need to do it. So you need to imagine being a creator and I'm looking for 50 grand to make something and I get $1,000. That's a really awkward position to be in. What are you expected to do out of that? Yeah. So it's always been at the heart of the system, and we've seen it being, incredibly powerful. I mean, 44% of projects successfully funded. When we had
I sort of casually said, half get funded as if it was a low number. But
well, yeah, when we, before we launched, when we had our models, we had projected a 5% success rate. That's actually closer to what it is on other platforms.
Okay.
But for whatever reason, this is just, it's connected, and that 44% number has been pretty consistent over any 90-day slice of Kickstarter's history.
Okay.
So that was the success rate in the first year. Success rate this year, I have no idea what that represents, but for whatever reason, that's been very consistent for the 5 years that we've been around.
And do you guys have, you mentioned accountability, and I can certainly see the logic of sort of this two-way accountability from the all-or-nothing model. Do you, as a platform, do you ever see yourself sort of going beyond that, going one step beyond that, and actually holding the people who are, sort of listing projects on your site to be accountable for actually, because I could post a project, then raise $1 million, and I have actually done this. I'm not going to tell you and then sort of take off.
Yeah, we do a lot. I mean, once backers have supported a project and the creator has their funds and they're off doing their thing, at that point there's a very limited number of actions that can be taken. Before a project is live, there's a lot that's done. We have a lot of algorithmic tools. We have some algorithms that siphon off projects that seem to have a higher risk propensity. Okay. We give them a closer look. And we are active governors of our platform. We feel very strong about our track record. However, there will never be a 100% success rate.
Yeah.
There will never be a 100% success rate. If there were, I would think that the system wasn't doing its job right. Okay. I mean, Kickstarter is funding the future. It is funding very futuristic things, a lot of leading edge culture, and so some things aren't going to work out. And so we as a system, it is our job to make backers very aware of that.
Okay.
And to be clear that that's how the system will work.
Yeah, and in some sense, it's not that different from other funding mechanisms for the projects of the kind that are funded on Kickstarter, right? I mean, there is no guarantee that, even an early stage company which will succeed. There's no guarantee that, you raise money to build a theater in your neighborhood that'll succeed.
I mean, this is something that you as a business school professor understand.
Yeah.
But for the general public, for someone who has never been a part of, a speculative financial exchange before, there's not that awareness. And there's also a strong expectation. And certainly you could look at any project, you'll see a creator presenting the blue sky vision of what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Because who doesn't think that way? This is why we require risks and challenges to be listed on every project. We're at least forcing you to think about, well, what are going to be the hard parts of this?
Yeah.
What are the things that could go wrong? And really trying to balance the system. If you have a system that's balanced too much in favor of backers or creators, one or the other, I think over the long term that's not going to play out very well.
Yeah.
And I think that most marketplaces that are biased more towards customers rather than sellers tend to do better, just in that you can attract the network effects and the chorus of people who are there looking for things to be a part of.
So in this scenario, the customers are the people...
Are the backers.
Are the backers. Okay.
Yeah, so we think a lot about just that balance between the two sides. And I think any good system, any system with integrity, is thinking constantly about what that balance is between the two sides of the transaction.
All right, so a lot of us have been hearing about Oculus, and I mean, for those of you who don't know, it raised about $2.5 million on Kickstarter a couple of years ago. It was then followed by sort of more than $90 million in venture funding, got sold to Facebook for over $2 billion. I think there was some pushback from the early funders, some of the early funders on Kickstarter who felt that, because when you give something to Kickstarter, it's a gift, that, perhaps there could have been a mechanism for them to sort of share in the spoils or share in the rewards. And, I know many of us have talked about this. I mean, Anindya and God and others sort of have done extensive research on crowdfunding and have sort of, visibly commented on this. But what was the feeling within Kickstarter when this happened? I mean, you must have been happy on the one hand that there was such a huge success, but how did you feel about the fact that your community didn't get to share in the rewards?
Well, I think
financial rewards.
Yeah, I mean, I think they shared in significant rewards.
Yeah.
I mean, the funny thing is that the Oculus Kickstarter project had been fulfilled for over a year.
Yeah.
So dev kits have been sent out to backers about a year before, and people were building on them and creating games and experiences with them. I myself was an Oculus backer. I think I was like $25, something like that. I think a T-shirt. Yeah. And I backed Oculus for, I think, the same reason most of the 9,000 people did, which is this seems really, really cool.
Yeah.
And I would rather live in a world where Oculus exists than one where it doesn't. And so it was very much in support of the creation of a new piece of tech. And so I've been very happy with my experience as an Oculus backer. And, Oculus is in this really interesting perspective of they've sort of been like the internet's tech all along. Like, there's such a feeling of, like, whether it's the fact that it's created by Palmer Luckey, who's just like this very young guy who's really a visionary, and the way that YouTube is just full of videos of people wearing the Oculus mask and then like freaking out grandma with the Oculus, all this sort of thing. It's like a whole meme on the web, and so it just plays so perfectly into the internet. And so the thing that I really thought about watching Oculus is I thought about being a fan of Nirvana. And if you bought Nirvana's first 7-inch, or if you bought the first record on Sub Pop, and then you see them on MTV one day, it's this confusing moment of like, well, wait, that's my band. Like, what does this say for my identity? It's a complicated thing that you go through. And so that sensation, that feeling of like cultural ownership, has like dissipated a fair amount. I mean, you still see it in fan communities on the web, but like Wes Anderson does American Express commercials, the White Stripes do like commercials for everything. No one cares anymore. And here you see people get worked up in the same type of way about a piece of technology.
Mandie is very happy to hear you mention the White Stripes.
Here you see the same sort of like this same sort of energy around a piece of technology, and to me it was really fascinating to watch. But I think that backers were obviously an important part of getting Oculus off the ground, but this was their company, this is their vision, and for them, I think they want to make Oculus everything that people want it to be.
Okay, so everything you're describing here, it's interesting because everything you're describing here is sort of the, tapping into the sentiments that are associated with philanthropy rather than with investment, right? I mean, like, supporting something that you believe in, that feeling of satisfaction that you get from sort of seeing something that you believed in succeed. Your sort of analogies are with sort of like, music rather than with, say, like, sort of tech startup. So it's, I was interested to sort of read repeatedly that you guys have sort of categorically stated that you'll never go into equity crowdfunding, that your model is going to be sort of the philanthropic model rather than the invest in a company model. I mean, what's the logic there? Why not do both?
Well, I think that, I mean, the model, I don't think the model is purely philanthropic. I think that the Kickstarter system has things in common with philanthropy, in that people are contributing out of a sense of an altruism and just a support for something they love. I think that there are similarities to investment, and that the money is upfront, so the money is to support the creation of something. There are also obviously some similarities to commerce, and that there are rewards involved, but yet I think it is distinct from all of those models, but certainly has some similarities. There's a language from those other models that gets applied to Kickstarter a lot. For us, this goes back to the beginning, and this goes back to what excited us and motivated us from the outset, which is that we live in a world where really you can only find ideas, you can only find money for ideas that have the potential to make someone else money. That's what investment's all about. That makes sense. But I think that many of the greatest things in the world are made not to make money. They're made out of passion or just a desire to create something. And the world, especially any sort of financial model, does not support that. And so we liked the idea of creating a space where art and culture of all kinds could exist just because people wanted it to, and not because it might make some studio exec money or produce a return. because I think that those sorts of desires are so secondary to the creative process of the creation of art. So for us, we are such a mission-driven company, and our mission is to help people bring creative projects to life. And our feeling is that this model that we have, this one that allows projects to thrive on their own merits rather than the potential return they might make for someone else, is going to make a lot more creative things possible than any other model.
I mean, in some sense, it's a fascinating new mechanism for, funding things that are sort of for the collective good. What people have sort of thought of as public goods, and we've always had trouble finding mechanisms to fund these things. And as sort of we discussed briefly before, I'm always struck by the contrast between the volume of venture capital money and the volume of sort of other giving. 30 billion in venture capital in the U.S., but over 300 billion in sort of other giving, of which I think like 70 or 80% comes from individuals. Foundations give more than venture capitalists. So there's certainly sort of a bigger market that you're going after. We've got sort of roughly 5 minutes or so left, so seems like a good time to sort of open it up for audience questions. Or we could just keep talking. Yes? Could you just sort of state your name and...
David. My understanding is Kickstarter has an approval process to start a...
Got a microphone coming.
Hey there. My understanding is Kickstarter has an approval process to submit a project, and I was just wondering if you said that 40-something% funded number has stayed constant over the years. Have you moved your approval process or changed your approval process or done anything to that to keep that number steady, or is there a relationship between those two things?
No, I have no emotional or business tie to that number. It's more like observant of a phenomenon. The process for getting a project onto Kickstarter is always evolving. We just started that in a certain way just because I was talking one-on-one with everyone who wanted to start a project in the first year, because why not? It's fun. And that evolved into a process where, when people come on to Kickstarter, they have an individual conversation with a person. But lifetime, it's 78% of projects are accepted. So the overwhelming majority are accepted. And that's a process that continues to evolve, and that I'm excited to see more evolutions, too.
Thanks.
Yes.
Can you tell us something about the backers? Are they individuals? Are they organizations? You say they repeat, they come back again and again.
Yeah. The question, I'll just repeat, I guess, for the people viewing at home. Asking what I know about the backers. Yeah, most backers are individuals. They are, I think there are institutions, there are companies who back projects, but the overwhelming majority are individuals. I don't have any sort of demographic data, except, I could say that 60% of the money came from the U.S., from backers in the U.S., 40% has been outside of the U.S. We recently crossed $1 billion being pledged to Kickstarter a couple months ago. If you go to kickstarter.com/1billion, we have a big map where you can mouse over every country to see how many backers and how much money has come from each country. So you can get a really strong sense of where people are. But yeah, it's mostly individuals, and I think most people find Kickstarter initially through supporting someone they know or someone they love or respect, and then they become more involved over time. Okay, the back, we have a man with a microphone.
Yeah.
My name is Matt. I'm a crowdfunding consultant. I help entrepreneurs and nonprofits with their storytelling in kind of the lead up to a crowdfunding campaign. So my question is kind of to what you were talking about in the beginning. What kinds of, you mentioned the spirit of the story, the humanity of the people telling their story. What kinds of things have you noticed in terms of how successful stories kind of come together and are successful on Kickstarter?
I mean, I think that you don't want to just come and ask for money. You don't want to come and make a sales pitch in the language of advertising. I think you want to give an origin story for your project and give a sense for who you are. I think it's just classic storytelling. It's like as old as Homer. It's just there's this way of sharing something. I think the best projects are ones where you're saying, here's something I'd like to do, and it'd be a lot cooler to do it with you. And you sort of create a narrative that people go.
Okay, maybe one more quick question. I think the gentleman behind you has been waiting. Sorry.
My name is Ron. I'm a big fan. I've backed about over 20 projects.
Cool.
My wife doesn't allow me to do that at 3 o'clock in the morning right now. She says you can't back at 3 o'clock in the morning. My question is, what if you fund a project and the project gets funded, so you send the money as soon as it's funded, but they don't ship the product because of some problems in production for whatever reason, or if it's a scam?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, there is no 100% success rate in terms of project completion, but the track record is very strong. You know, when something does go wrong, the expectation and the requirement that we put on creators that, again, we see most creators do very well, is that you come clean about it. You know, I think everyone in this room certainly knows about failure, and it's something that you all encounter. And if you confront it and are open about it and talk to backers about it, I think you'll find that there's a pretty good result. So there have been at least 6 cases I could think of so far where creators have sort of been like, I think this project is DOA, like I've ran out of money and I can't do X, Y, or Z. And in each of those cases, the community has stepped up to help. And actually those projects have been successfully completed. Where people run into troubles when they don't say anything. That's, you know, and it's an understandable human response to where you feel ashamed and embarrassed and you don't know how to deal with it. And, you know, we as a platform want to encourage creators to come into the light in moments like that. It's better for their reputation. From a platform perspective, you know, I want every backer to have a great experience, and it's frustrating when they don't. You know, I mean, that's like that is something that pains me. But I can't offer any sort of 100% guarantee of, you know, of what an experience for a project will be, because it's a human process. So what we try to do is educate backers on how this works and be very clear about that. Be very clear with creators about what the expectations are, and then treat people like adults. And, you know, I think to date, you know, the track record we think is strong, but it will never be perfect. And I think as long as we acknowledge that and own that, that we as a platform are generally doing the right sort of things, and then there's constant work to help to better educate creators and things like that. But you know, that will always be a part of what we do, and we take our role as the stewards of this platform and community very seriously. And so, you know, we'd love to see 100% success rate, but you know, in reality, it will never actually happen. But
okay,
we're doing our best.
Well, that's sort of the point at which, I mean, we didn't get to talk about open science or about, I guess, the fact that I'm fascinated by how the pace at which, I mean, this is true of Airbnb and Uber as well, but Kickstarter has sort of become a verb, and sort of more rapidly than, say, Google or Facebook did. So I think that's sort of a reflection of sort of like, you know, the extent to which it's captured sort of the popular imagination and sort of tapped into a real need that society has. So anyway, I think that's sort of a point at which we have to close down this conversation. Okay. But thank you for coming.
Thank you for getting up early and being here. I appreciate it.
All right, so our next session is going to start right now, and I'm going to hand it over to Professor Sunil Wattal, who's going to moderate the session. Professor Wattal is a professor of information systems at the Fox School of Business at Temple University.
Thanks, Anindya. So welcome to this session titled Crowds, Incentives, Philanthropy, and Anonymity. We have a panel of 3 distinguished speakers who will present on different aspects of the topic. So let me introduce the speakers. Each speaker will present for about 15 minutes. I'll be the timekeeper, so I'll let them know when it's time to wind up. And at the end, we'll open the floor for questions and answers for another 15 minutes. So let me get started with the introductions. The first speaker is Professor Avi Goldfarb. Avi is a professor of marketing at the Rotman School of Management at University of Toronto. He received his PhD in economics from Northwestern University, and he's an expert on understanding the opportunities and challenges of the digital economy. Our next speaker is over here is Ethan Austin. Ethan is the co-founder and president of GiveForward, which is the world's leading crowdfunding platform for medicine. He is passionate about family, helping people fight cancer, and burritos. And last but not the least, we have our own Anindya Ghose. Anindya is a professor of information operations and marketing science at the Stern School, NYU. He's also the co-director of the center and the man running the show. Anindya's expertise focuses on the ways internet and mobile technologies transform industries and markets, especially in crowdfunding, mobile advertisement and commerce, digital marketing, and social media analytics. So with those introductions, let me welcome our first speaker, Avi Goldfarb.
Hi. Okay, so okay, so so you know where all this is coming from. Ajay Agrawal, Christian Catalini, who's now at MIT, and I started thinking about crowdfunding when we first heard about Celiband in early 2007. Okay, and everyone said, "Hey, what are you guys doing? What's this thing? It's this crazy fad, some Amsterdam-based tiny little company that was maybe the grandfather of crowdfunding, if anything." And so we started thinking about, well, what's interesting? How does this mechanism work? How might it work? A few years later, Kickstarter appeared, and everything started to really take off. And so, having thought about this now for a few years, what I want to talk about for the next 15 minutes or so is just some simple economics of crowdfunding. How do we think about crowdfunding? Who are the players? What might go wrong? And what are the possible solutions? Okay. So, just to give you a sense of the economic structure, there's three types of players. There's entrepreneurs or creators, depending on what platform you're on. They have different labels, but I'm gonna call them entrepreneurs. There's funders, people who provide the money. And then there's the platforms who want to exist in the middle between those entrepreneurs and those funders. Okay. And each of them have different incentives to use crowdfunding. So why do entrepreneurs use crowdfunding? Well, they get money, presumably for a lower cost than they get money from other places. That's why entrepreneurs and creators use crowdfunding. Whether it's equity-based or non-equity-based, the idea is they're getting funding at a lower cost than they otherwise could. They also get some information about whether their idea is any good, and that can be useful too. Okay. So let's think about, what do they get? Why do they have a lower cost of capital? Well, first, it's a global search. Right? You have venture capitalists in Silicon Valley. You have a whole bunch of angel investors in Silicon Valley, a few elsewhere, and you have a whole bunch of tech startups in Silicon Valley. That's a pretty narrow market. Okay? The promise of crowdfunding, especially the early big promise of crowdfunding, was this idea that you could get money from anywhere in the world. And in Celiband, our sort of first crowdfunding platform, the average distance between, this was a musician, but we'll call them entrepreneurs, and funders, was about 3,000 miles. Okay? So this is not co-located funders and entrepreneurs funders and entrepreneurs overall. They're huge distance, and that means you can draw from a global market. Maybe you'll get people who are more excited about what you're doing, and they'll pay you, they'll be willing to accept a little bit lower return on their capital. There's another part which we call bundling. What do I mean by bundling? Well, when you put money into a crowdfunding campaign, you get stuff other than the direct return. Okay? Yes, maybe you get a t-shirt, maybe you get equity and a return on that equity, maybe you get something to resell, but you also get the feeling of supporting something early on. And so one of the things entrepreneurs are selling, creators are selling, is that good feeling to the funders. And because those funders get that good feeling, they're again willing to accept a little bit lower return on their capital than they would if they were investing in a traditional investment. Now, not only that recognition, that good feeling, they get early access, they like early access, and you also get to participate. You get to communicate with the creator, with the entrepreneur. And again, people are willing to pay for that. And music in particular, if you look at the data, people like talking to the musicians. Okay? They like being able to send the musician an email and have that musician respond, especially if that musician happens to be young and good-looking and all these sorts of things. Right? That's a big part of what was happening on Celiband. People wanted to communicate with the artists, and they were willing to to pay for that, essentially by accepting a lower return on their capital. Okay. And so whether it's equity or non-equity or some kind of hybrid, part of why there's a lower, part of why crowdfunding is appealing to entrepreneurs is because they don't have to pay as much for their capital. The last piece for a lower cost of capital happens after the crowdfunding piece. So crowdfunding actually can get you recognition. You can say, hey, there's an audience, there's a market for this product. If you think about Pebble, or if you think about Oculus, crowdfunding told the venture capitalists, you should look at this. And then follow-on money jumped on. Now, there's a little bit of a risk here. It's not obvious you need crowdfunding in a platform relative to simple pre-sales. Thalmic just used pre-sales for their Myo armband, which sort of moved in parallel to other wearable computing devices. But one thing that crowdfunding does is it provides information to follow-on funders to reduce the cost of capital after the campaign. Okay? That information is also useful to the entrepreneurs because they get to know, stuff about market demand. What do funders get? Funders get these investment opportunities, and they get to feel good, and they get to support things early on. Described all the things that funders get are the things that lower the cost of capital to the entrepreneurs. What do platforms get? Platforms, one last thing on funders. So one thing that funders get is you get the reassurance that your cousin's not going to steal your money. Okay? So a big part of these early on, this came up in the conversation, a big part of what happens early on in crowdfunding is that it's friends and family who put that early money in. And it used to be your cousin went to you and said, hey, I'm making a movie. Give me $100. And if I can, I'll get enough money and I'll make a movie. You'd say, there's no way. Now what happens, you have a reassurance that there have to be enough people, your cousin has to have enough money to make the movie because of that provision point mechanism that we talked about, that threshold that you have to pass. Okay? So that formalization of the contract with your friends and family make crowdfunding very appealing to that kind of funder. Okay. And platforms get, sort of obvious what platforms get. That's their business model. Okay. Now, what might go wrong? Okay? 3 broad things. There's risk, there's incompetence, and there's outright fraud. Okay? Risk, early stage projects, whether they're in the arts or technology or anything else, are risky. By definition, we don't know if the idea is any good. And so the success rate is going to be very low even after funding. Okay? And so, not for any fault of the entrepreneur or anything else, but low success rate, that's risky. That is one thing that can go wrong. The project, we should expect most projects, especially in tech, not to work. And for the average institution, the average investor on the street, that might be a little frightening. Entrepreneurs' ideas, actually, on the entrepreneur side, there's risk as well. You post your idea, someone else might steal it. Okay? There's incompetence. Well, you might have a great idea, but if you haven't backed somebody who knows what they're doing, their great idea might fall apart. Okay? And then finally, there is outright fraud. We heard about this. Kickstarter does what they can, Indiegogo does what they can, but there is outright fraud. This is an open platform. It is hard to police it completely, and that is a big risk. The entrepreneurs might have no intention of delivering the product. There's lots of examples of them just posting other people's products on a crowdfunding platform and say, hey, this is my product. I'm going to sell it, I'm going to build it and sell it, and just so pure fraud. So all of these are driven by what's called information asymmetry. All of these are driven by the funder and the entrepreneur know different things. Or in particular, the entrepreneur knows more than the funder. Okay? What can investors do, and what do they usually do? They usually do due diligence, right? You do a whole bunch of research to figure out if this investment is a good idea. That's how traditional investing works. The problem is you never really have the opportunity to meet, usually, between funder and entrepreneur. And going digitally is hard. Furthermore, you're only investing $25 or $50. How much due diligence is that really worth? Okay? Yes, a whole bunch of $50 investments can add up to a lot of money, But for any individual investor, any individual funder, you're only putting in $50. You know, I'm not going to spend 3 days making sure this is going to pay off. It's just not worth it. Okay? And so that means low-quality projects come a little hard to detect, and even outright fraud becomes hard to figure out. And then once you've invested, you got to monitor. You got to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to. That's hard if you're not in the same place. And then there's this, again, risk to entrepreneurs. Well, we got to disclose the idea, okay? And someone might steal it. So how does this manifest itself, and how does the crowd so far police it? Well, one story that we heard is this, you need to get to 20%. Once you get to 20%, you're likely to get to 100%, right? We just heard that. Well, that's wonderful if we trust the 20%, okay? But if we don't trust the 20%, there's some strange market incentives, okay? So crowds are subject to herding behavior. That's the academic literature on crowdfunding. The one thing we know is that there's herding. Once someone starts to get some funding, it just snowballs. Now that sounds good if the early investors did their due diligence, but if it's just your buddies, if it's just your friends and family, I'm hearing different signals from you too. Sorry, 5, okay. But if it's just your buddies, then you can see all sorts of opportunities for fraud there, or for not doing the due diligence that people should be doing. Okay. So what can we do about this? This is what platforms are for. This is the experiment we're observing. We're seeing lots and lots of platforms appear with different tweaks on the business model. And those different tweaks are trying to figure out what are the right solutions to the problems of asymmetric information. Okay? Broadly speaking, so far 4 have dominated. That doesn't mean these are going to be the best 4. In the long run, we might have a whole bunch of other solutions on a platform that's not yet in this room that ends up dominating. It's too early to really tell. So the first thing that we've seen is reputation signaling, right? You can enforce real identities. You can, if you're an entrepreneur or a creator, you can have a signal like, hey, I have a patent on this. Okay? You can create feedback systems like eBay did to make their platform work. You can use trustworthy intermediaries. To some extent, that's what AngelList is doing now, where you have a lead investor who says, look, this is a good project. Second, you can have rules. Okay? So you need to have a business plan. You need to say what your risks are. You can only invest up to so many dollars. These rules mitigate some of these risks. Okay? And you can audit, and in equity you can do accredited investors only. There's crowd due diligence, which is part of the whole, which is sort of essential to the whole business model as long as we think we can trust the crowd. With enough eyeballs, you know the story, all bugs are shallow. The herd behavior means there's been limited success in this, but crowd due diligence combined with reputation and rules and regulations has been reasonably successful, as we've seen. Kickstarter, Indiegogo, and others have really taken off. And finally, you just heard the value of this provision point mechanism, that you only get the funds if you have enough money to do what you say you're going to do. This is a new solution to an old public goods problem, and it's been fundamental to allowing crowdfunding to take off. This is by no means the full list. This is what we've seen so far. The problem, the challenges are pretty clear. The challenges have to do with asymmetric information. The solutions are still wide open. And so moving forward, the companies that are able to solve these problems are going to be the ones that succeed. Thank you for listening.
So our next speaker is Ethan Austin from Biewald,
who is on crutches, so we'll give him a little extra time to come down.
Everyone's holding their breath as I'm like walking down. Don't fall.
Actually, can we grab the chair?
Yeah, exactly. All right. I can, I'll stand for the first bit, and if I get too tired, yeah.
I can spot you.
Okay. Oh. I'll just stand behind here. You guys all see me? I'm short, so like standing behind a lectern isn't always the best idea. Well, thank you very much for having me. I really appreciate being here. My name is Ethan Austin. I'm the co-founder and president of a crowdfunding platform called Give Forward. We're the world's leading medical crowdfunding platform. And if you guys don't know, haven't heard of medical crowdfunding, we give people crowdfunding pages to raise money for their loved ones' out-of-pocket medical expenses. So if my buddy has cancer, I'd set up a page for him. People could contribute and let him know that he's not alone in fighting this cancer. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about the trends we've seen. We launched in 2008. I'll talk a little about the trends we've seen in crowdfunding and medical crowdfunding, especially since we launched in 2008. That makes us a dinosaur. And what we've seen over the last 6 years in medical crowdfunding. So when we launched initially, we didn't actually start off as a medical crowdfunding platform. We launched as a crowdfund for anything platform like Kickstarter, Indiegogo, anything like that. And in the first year, we saw $6,000 in revenue. It was a little bit early for crowdfunding back then. It wasn't even called crowdfunding. It was called peer-to-peer fundraising is what people were calling it back then. And that first year, we were bootstrapped. We were probably going to go out of business. So we looked at the data and we said, well, what is the one thing that's actually working? What is the one thing where people are really positive about? And it was medical crowdfunding. We're getting these incredible responses from people saying this is changing our lives. So we said, look, we don't have any money to run this. Let's scrap everything else and let's just focus on medical crowdfunding. And since then, in the past 6 years, we're just about to hit $100 million raised for families across America. Yeah. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the trends that we've seen in this medical crowdfunding space as more and more players have come into it over the past 6 years. Now I know there's a lot of professors here, and I wanted to say something smart to start with. So I found Mark Andreessen, one of the great venture capitalists. He said software is eating the world. So if I was Mark Andreessen, I would say medical crowdfunding is eating the world. That was the smartest thing I could literally think of. So it all goes downhill from there, guys. That's if I was Mark Andreessen, I'd say that. But here's what I really do think. I think over the next 5 years, medical crowdfunding will become the single biggest vertical in all of crowdfunding. And I think this is based on the premise of 3 things. One, it's an insanely massive market. I mean, insanely massive market. 2, our healthcare system is shit, and it's trending shittier. You don't want to see. You want to see up and to the right normally, but with our healthcare system, it's not the direction we want to go in. And then medical crowdfunding, I'll talk a little bit about, has the ability to massively change people's lives in a positive way. So the first thing, the need for this, right? The massive market size. Each year, Americans spend $400 billion on out-of-pocket medical expenses. This is money beyond what their insurance covers, right? So just to put that into context, as we heard earlier, last year, the entire venture capital community invested $29 billion into new ventures, and that includes things like biotechnology, solar, a lot of high-cost ventures. Only about $8 billion went into software, right? So this is $400 billion. It's just absolutely massive. Now the second thing that's causing this is the very scientific, shitty healthcare system, right? It's very academic. And as you can see, like up and to the right is not where we want to go here. Over the last 10 years, healthcare costs have doubled. This index shows that the average family of 4 pays $20,000 a year for healthcare. And that's split with their employer. This is for the average family with a employer-paid PPO. So that's about, families are now paying, about the same price as you pay for a new Prius, or, about 12 Bitcoins. And why is this happening? It's happening because insurance premiums are going up. And they're going up at a far faster rate than we're making, than our wages are going up. And so there's this huge gap. Right? And what is the result of that gap? Well, the result is that bankruptcy, right? By the end of this presentation, 30 families will enter bankruptcy. 30 families will file for bankruptcy because of medical debt. It's the single biggest cause of bankruptcy in America. It causes 62% of bankruptcies. And of those 62% of bankruptcies caused by medical debt, 75% of those people had insurance, right? And that seems crazy. Like, how does that happen, right? And it's because insurance doesn't cover travel expenses to and from treatment. Doesn't cover the extra meals you have to get when you're eating out because you're going to and from treatment. Doesn't cover lost wages when you have to take off work or your spouse has to take off work to care for you. All these little things add up. And I can give you a real world example. I got this thing right here. Playing basketball a few weeks ago, I tore my Achilles tendon. And it's not a very serious injury, but when you think about this injury, I used to take public transportation to work. And who do you think in all the healthcare system, all the players in the space, really benefits the most from my injury? Uber. Or as I've started calling them, Fuber, right? Which stands for Fantastic Uber. This was in the first 30 days after my injury, I spent $493 on Uber, and these weren't black cars. This isn't me riding around with a monocle and a top hat in the black car. This is taxis. And these are out-of-pocket costs that are not going to be covered by my insurance, right? And so here's the first month after this injury, I had $2,300 in out-of-pocket expenses that I had to pay. And that might not seem like a ton, but for the average American family makes $53,000 a year. Right, $53,000, $2,000 is a significant strain for them. In fact, a couple years ago, Duke University did a study, and they said that 50% of American families, 50% of Americans cannot come up with $2,000 in the event of a medical or financial emergency. Right, that's shocking. And when you think about that, this injury wasn't that serious. This is a torn Achilles tendon. What happens when that is cancer? Right, the average cost of cancer every year. For someone out-of-pocket expenses for someone with breast cancer is $8,500. So there's a huge gap between what their insurance is going to pay and what people actually owe. And so I call this the bankruptcy gap, right? And so these are the families every day using Give Forward. The people raising money to try and cover that bankruptcy gap, trying to cover the amount people are covered by their insurance by the amount they actually owe. And what happens most of the time is they can't. They go into credit card debt to try and cover all these out-of-pocket expenses, and then eventually they fall into bankruptcy. And so this is where we come in. This is where we help. We answer the question that everyone asks when a loved one gets sick: is what can I do to help? Right? Everyone's asking that question. Everyone feels helpless to help your brother-in-law who lives 1,000 miles away, and that's where we really come in. So this is what we do. Last year, some of you may have seen maybe this fundraiser. It was after the Boston Marathon bombing. 13,000 people across the country contributed almost $1 million to this couple who both lost legs in the bombing. Really rallied the entire country around supporting Boston and really helping this country recover. But more importantly, than what we do, it's why we do it. Right? These three words are what we go to work every single day thinking to ourselves. This is why we go into work, to create unexpected joy for the families using Give Forward. And why we say unexpected joy is this is our mantra, this is what we believe in, but it was really just a codification of what we were seeing on the site and what our users were telling us day in and day out. And they'd say, I started this page for my friend, they didn't know about it or he didn't want it, they was embarrassed to accept money from people, and then they opened it up, and all of a sudden people were contributing from around the world, people hadn't talked to in years. Maybe my old buddy from college was contributing, and they weren't just contributing, but they're all leaving words of support. And they were saying, you're going to get through this, you're not alone, we love you. Right? My buddy, my friend, my brother went through this last year. Here's his number. Give him a call. And all of a sudden, these people who are going through something so entirely isolating, like cancer or an injury, a serious injury, are now enveloped in love by their friends and family. And that creates this unexpected joy. In an otherwise dark period in their life, this crowdfunding page becomes their savior. It becomes the thing that they're looking at every day to go to that says, this is what's giving me strength right now. And so here's an example. Right? This is more typical than the $1 million page. Is Dan Agrawal. He's 65 years old. He's a grandfather. He has insurance. He had kidney problems. He needed a transplant. His insurance company wasn't going to cover it. He needed $20,000 for the transplant. Didn't know what to do. His daughters decided to start a Give Forward page for him, and they didn't tell him about it. And they had to raise $20,000. About halfway through, they sent us an email. And it said this. It said, When my sisters and I first started the Give Forward page for my dad, we didn't tell him or my mom for a couple weeks. Finally, on my dad's birthday, we printed out everyone's comments from the donation page and put them in a birthday card. We wrote on the card, $9,700 and counting, and signed it, "Love your friends and family." We gave him the card at the hospital before he opened it. He said jokingly, "Ooh, what is this, a card full of money?" He was in shock when he opened it and saw the amount of money that we'd already secretly raised. And we all cried when he read everyone's comments. Even though he had to be in the hospital on his birthday, it was a great day. And this is why we go into work every day, right? It's the idea of creating unexpected joy for people. And this is what gets me excited. When you think of Kickstarter, if you think of Kickstarter as a place America goes, the world goes to fund their dreams, Give Forward is a place that everyone goes to fund hope, to fund love, and that gets me excited. Second thing that gets me excited is that we're just at the tip of the iceberg here. 6 years into this very nascent industry, and it's starting to grow incredibly. So I want to talk quickly. I have about 5 more minutes. I'll try and go very quickly through some of the trends. The number one trend we're seeing is that, you probably don't know this, but on 5 of the top 10 crowdfunding platforms in the world, medical is the single biggest category. So here's the first trend we're seeing is general crowdfunding platforms. If you look at all these crowdfunding platforms, every single one of these but 2, medical is the biggest single category. On Indiegogo, I think it's the 5th or 6th biggest category. Between 2012 and 2013, that category grew like over 2,000%. On CrowdTilt, between a period between 2012 and 2013, 6-month period, it grew from 3% of the fundraisers on the site to 16% of the fundraisers on the site. So if you're a general crowdfunding platform and your name is not Kickstarter, you are focusing a significant portion of your energy on medical crowdfunding, because aside from equity and prize crowdfunding, this is the big, really the big space right now. Second thing we're seeing is we're starting to see more copycats, more clones in the medical crowdfunding space directly. So I think for a lot of these platforms, it's going to be a little tricky in the sense that because they've been launching in the last 2 years. Whereas some of those other platforms we mentioned before, launched previously, they're already starting to gain a toehold, the general crowdfunding platforms, and they're doing medical well. I think it's going to be a little tricky for some of the platforms in the pure medical space to compete with those general crowdfunding platforms that people are already using for medical expenses. And the third trend we're seeing is nonprofit crowdfunding. So last year, Razoo, which was a platform people used purely for nonprofit crowdfunding, you can only raise money for 501c3s. They announced last year that they are opening up the gates to peer-to-peer crowdfunding, with medical expected to be the #1 category. Another player in the space we just saw a couple weeks ago, CrowdRise, announced a $23 million funding from Union Square Ventures, the same firm that backed Kickstarter. And at the same time, they announced that they're also going into medical crowdfunding. They'd previously been peer-to-peer nonprofit crowdfunding only. And I think, the reason for this is pretty simple. It's my dad passed away from colon cancer when I was a kid 19 years ago. Today is actually his birthday. And if I wanted to give money to a colon cancer organization, I could do that. But I think it's a lot more powerful to say colon cancer took my dad's life, but I'm going to go and give forward, and I'm going to give money to someone fighting colon cancer. I'm going to save that person's life. I'm going to help save that person's life, or I'm going to make their life easier. And I think that's a much more powerful statement. As Robert Wolf from CrowdRise recently said, charity doesn't mean raising money for charity. It can mean raising money for your friends who have medical needs. And I think people giving to people, that's the future. Okay. So thank you very much. It's the end, and I do love your work.
Right, and our last speaker is Anindya from NYU.
Ethan, your Uber example really resonated. A few weeks back, I tore my ACL, and the one company that benefited from that was Uber. I Ubered out.
I like Uber. I hope that I didn't mean it.
All right, so I'm going to talk about a very simple question today, which is the role of privacy in crowdfunding. This is going to join work with Gordon Burtch and Sunil Vatak. So Sunil's going to have asked a question on his own paper. But here's what you're studying. What you're studying is what's the role of privacy and information hiding mechanisms on people's crowdfunding behavior. Okay? So what I mean by that is, typically when you're on an online platform, your actions are salient, your actions are visible. And so when you're on a crowdfunding platform, your name and the amount that you donate is visible. At least you can choose to make it visible, or you can choose to hide it. Right? So what we studied is basically this question about how does your propensity to hide information about the amount that you're giving or hide information about your name, how is that being affected by the position and the extent of privacy and information hiding mechanisms on these platforms. Okay? So this is a study we did with Indiegogo, and as I go along, I'll tell you more details about this. Right? So why is this interesting to us? Well, for a long time, we've known that many informal venture capitalists have opted for anonymity. Right? So when people donate, either whether it's for charity or for a business cause, some VCs and some angels and some donors just like to keep it anonymous. Right? Online, right? So in the offline world, that's relatively easy. You can just opt in and you can choose not to reveal yourself. Online, it's a tad bit harder. On the other hand, platforms are now experimenting with the possibility that what if we give participants the choice of when they can actually make the information, when they can hide the information, when they can make it visible, right? So that's what we're going to be studying. So if you look at some of the more recent advances in not just in crowdfunding platform, but in a variety of other online platforms such as LinkedIn or Google+, it gives you all these options, right? So, and there's a wide variety of literature here. So the long literature looked at how does the availability of privacy and information hiding mechanisms affect people's propensity to behave? What does it do to product purchases? What does it do to sales? And there are two interesting effects here, right? So on one hand, you would expect that, yeah, people appreciate these sort of information hiding mechanisms. So given the choice, they would like to act on it, right? On the other hand, we've also seen in a wide variety of literature that sometimes that can backfire. Because if the visibility hiding mechanisms are actually more complex, people's behavior can change. If it's inflexible, it might actually completely put off people and they might just disengage. And so, in fact, providing the privacy button may, in fact, prime people to behave in a certain way, right? And there's a lot of literature in that space, and Navi's also worked on that before with Catherine Tucker. So that's the trade-off here, right? So on one hand, you want to give people these choices, and you want to let them choose whether to reveal the information or hide the amounts, or both. On the other hand, priming people might actually just cause them to disengage, and you might just see a drop in user participation, right? So that's what we explore. Now, why do we need a randomized field experiment for this? Well, because simply, if you wanted to do this using a survey or using observational data, that has a bunch of challenges, right? The biggest challenge is self-selection. So when you call people, when you look at observational data, you will see a very strong selection effect, which is hard to address because only certain kinds of people will sort of opt in a certain way. When you call people, when you ask people in a survey, you're seeding the thought in their mind. Again, that would actually entice some sort of a selection behavior. So it's a lot harder to disentangle this trade-off using either surveys or observational data, which is why a field experiment makes it a lot nicer, right? So what we're going to be observing is, sort of two questions, which is how does the provision of privacy controls impact user engagement? Right? And so I'm going to be looking at, are people going to transact at all? Right? So when you prime them with this privacy issue, are they going to just stop behaving, stop transacting, or is that going to trigger more transactions? The second question is, conditional on transaction, what does it do to the amounts? Does it actually make people reduce the amount they're giving, or does it actually increase it? And there's a pretty strong countervailing effects here. So what does that do to the net amount that's being raised in this process? Okay. So as I said, the platform we work with is Indiegogo. Some of you are probably familiar with the interface here. And as you can see from this example, you've got 5 people, 4 of them who choose to reveal who their names are. I don't know if you can read from the back, but the third person from the top chose to be anonymous, right? And so this is what I'm talking about, that you can choose to reveal your name. In this case, he or she did reveal how much they gave, but you can also choose to conceal that amount itself, right? And as you can imagine, right, your behavior, right, if you're one of the early investors or early backers, your behavior is likely to influence what people following you behave, right? Because the amounts that you put in are salient and observable, so anything that subsequent backers can observe will be important based on what you contribute, right? So this is very broadly, and I'll give you another snapshot in a second, but this is what we're talking about, right? So imagine you've got 2 groups of people, the control group and the treatment group. So one group of people gets the option first to conceal, right, who they are, and then they contribute, right? So you decide, the other group of people gets to contribute first, and then they choose to conceal. In other words, you can choose to have any one of these options. For example, I am John Doe, and I decided to give $20. Or I am John Doe, but I'm not going to disclose how much I gave. So I keep the amount anonymous, but I disclose who I am. And the third option is I basically keep my name anonymous, but I disclose how much I give, right? So what we do is we basically manipulate the order in which this option is presented to the treatment group and the control group. One set of people gets to see that before they contribute. The other set of people get to see that after they contribute, right? In more detail, this is what this would look like. So imagine that you're trying to back a project that's trying to raise, a few $1,000s, right? You got 31 days left, and you see this icon here where you're prompted to contribute, right? So after you're prompted to contribute, one set of people will basically get to have those options of, do they conceal their name, do they hide the amount, or do they do both? The other set of people are first actually prompted to contribute, and then they get to conceal, right? And so we basically want to tease out, compare the treatment and the control group, and tease out the effect of privacy options on final contribution. All right, so we had a pretty big sample. We had about 128,000 people. In terms of the actual distribution of treatment and control groups, it was also very nicely balanced. We had about 48% of folks in the randomly assigned to the treatment group or the control group. The red chart tells you the folks in the treatment group over the experiment, which was conducted over 2 weeks. And then the blue histogram tells you the control group, right? So based on this, we are basically looking at, what do we find here? Well, first, when you actually delay the privacy control, when you actually prompt people later after they contribute, you see a 6.3% increase in the probability of contribution, right? So what we see is by delaying the privacy information hiding mechanism, by delaying the privacy control option, you are able to increase the probability that people will actually transact, okay? However, what happens to the conditional amount? Well, there's actually a tad bit drop in the amount of contribution. So what we see is about a $3.40 drop in the amount of contribution conditional on that treatment, which is what you see on the left-hand side here. The treatment group actually contributes about $3.40 less. But if I were to combine the fact that 6.3% contribute more than before, then the overall effect is very, very positive, right? So this is the overall effect, and you see a roughly $4.50 increase per contribution over time. Okay? So this is what we summarize in this slide here, that the first effect is by priming people with privacy controls by delaying that process, you're able to increase conversion rate by 6.3%. But even though there's a tad bit of a drop in contribution amounts, the fact that more people are likely to give compensates for that loss. So overall, we see about $4.54 increase in contributions per transaction. Okay? So what's going on here basically is, there are 2 effects here. One is the priming effect, the fact that you are, by delaying the privacy controls, you're priming them later, after they contribute. That helps increase the probability of conversion. On the other hand, there's also something called the publicity effect, which is that by delaying the privacy controls, you are able to sort of reduce the outlier contribution, right? So people who give in before, if you are one of the extreme contributions, we actually see a drop in extreme outlier contributions, and that affects subsequent contributions, right? So if people following you don't get to see that people before you have given massive amounts, that's going to trigger a smaller drop in your contributions. And overall, though, this ends up increasing the contribution amounts. So, there are a number of alternate theories one might come up with. For example, somebody might say, well, this is possibly because of reduction in complexity of the UI. So we also tested for that. So if that were true, what we would observe is a reduction in the treatment time, in the time that the treatment group takes to convert, right? So if this was a UI user interface complexity story, we would see that there was a reduction in the time that people take to contribute, but we see no such evidence. In fact, the results show that there is no statistically significant effect. We also looked at other possible options, that maybe mobile users behave in a different way than PC internet users, and so they transact in a different way. Maybe privacy is more important to mobile users than PC users, but we were able to rule out all of those effects. Okay? So bottom line is what we see in net is that by delaying the privacy controls, by delaying the information hiding mechanisms, you're actually able to increase the conversion rates. And so if you do have the privacy control mechanism up front, you might actually see a drop in conversion rates, right? The second effect is that the publicity effect that comes from these extreme outliers, right, that also affects the per transaction amount. But in this case, we see a tad bit of a drop, which means that if you were to not delay the privacy options, you would see a big boost coming from publicity effects. The good news for these purveyors and the platforms is that the net effect of a delayed presentation of privacy controls is actually very much positive, and they see a $4.54 increase in per transaction contributions. So that was it, and I think Sunil, you can take over now.
So now I would invite all the speakers to come up front and so I have a quick question for each of the speakers, and then we'll open the floor for the Q&A. And we also have some audience on the Google Hangout, and it will be great if you could have questions from those as well. So I'll just go in the order in which the speakers presented. So my first question is for Avi. So Avi, so what role do you see for institutional channels like venture capitalists in the crowdfunding process? Do you see them getting more involved in crowdfunding or less?
So I guess this is a thing on the equity side at some level, or even not. Institutional investors are increasingly asking and demanding evidence from crowdfunding before you get your money. So it's not so much that they're going to be facilitating the crowdfunding or they're going to be part of it, I don't think, but it's a very good signal that you have demand. And so we're already seeing VCs and angels saying, well, come to me once you've shown that there's 2,000 people who want your product. Once that happens, then we can talk.
Great. Ethan, so we talked about the 80-20 rule earlier on. So do you see some of that in your own platform, that 20% of the projects raise 80% of funding? And if so, do you have any plans to address that?
That's absolutely the case. And I don't know what you mean by address it. Change it, or? Yeah,
I mean, is that a good thing in terms of you would typically want the money to be spread across different projects?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know if it's something we actually talk about a lot, right? We wonder if we can improve the ability for all those fundraisers that don't raise any money that Yancey talked about on Kickstarter. We have the same issue on GiveForward, and I imagine on every single crowdfunding platform, there's that same exact issue. And we think about, can we get those people to raise more money? And when we talk to them, we ask them afterwards why they haven't raised money. A lot of the time is they say, I didn't send anything out to anyone. So there's certain things you can do. We can hope to try and move people, but a lot of people, there's nurture versus nature. And some of the people who are very motivated to raise money are going to raise money. And some of the people who are not quite as motivated, we haven't seen that much success to date in moving the needle for them. But we'll keep trying.
Cool. And my last question is for Anindya. So Anindya, I mean, I'm not going to ask you about the paper because I'm one of the co-authors, but in general, so since you are the director of the Center for Business Analytics, so what role do you see for business analytics in crowdfunding? And I know there are a lot of companies in the audience, so what opportunities do you see for crowdfunding platforms as far as data analytics is concerned?
Sure. So we're seeing a lot of interest from startups in the space to engage with us. Pretty much the main theme has been about the fact that a lot of these companies are generating tons and tons of data, and some of them have resources to work on them, and some of them don't. And within that world of resources, it's all being about trying to do one of two things. One is take a causal approach and trying to ascertain why did something change. The other is more of a predictive approach, which is, we have a lot of historical data. Can we use that to predict what things might happen if we change something? So all the conversation I'm having with companies as part of the co-director of CBA in this crowdfunding space is about trying to tease out one or two effects. Can we observe a causal explanation for what we see, or can we use the historical data to be able to predict what might change? Very broadly, that's what's going on.
Great. So I'll now open the floor for questions. And if you could also state who the question is for.
Yoram Kimberg, your question to Avi. Venture capital community fail to bring returns to their investors. 10%, from what I heard, made 105% of the profit, which means 90% lost money to investors. From your research, what's the success of crowdfunding in the venture type activities, not in dealing with sick people and some new ideas? Or would it be even a bigger disaster, or would it be better?
Okay. So unfortunately, the answer is we don't know, because for ventures to pay off, you usually need 5 to 10 years, and crowdfunding is too new to really see what the payoff's going to be, especially equity-based crowdfunding. I can tell you, in the closest thing to equity-based crowdfunding that we've had that's old, which is Celeband and music, it was not lucrative for the investors. Pretty much all of them lost money, partly for regulatory reasons, but that's not a representative. There's a lot of differences between Celeband and AngelList, and so in terms of evidence, it's too early to draw any conclusions about what's going to happen. But we do know there's been a handful of very successful companies that have been launched there.
Just can I add to that same question? So I've had two distinct kinds of conversation with the VC and the angel community about this. One was about what Sunil mentioned before, which is a very supportive conversation where if lots and lots of people have backed something, then angels and VCs would see that as a strong signal that this idea has merit, and so they would eventually go ahead and think about backing it. The other is where they would say, well, we wouldn't touch that with a barge pole. Why? Well, with Title III, that's not going to be passed soon. We're going to see an influx of all sorts of investors coming in. We don't know how we're going to be wetting the backgrounds of these individual investors. So until and unless we have a mechanism in place, we are not going to be backing something where we see lots of individual, the John Does investing. So I'd love to, I know some of you are in the VC and the angel community, so I'd love to hear from you guys. What do you think?
Yep. The mic.
Hi, I'm on. Yes. So I'm Eric Hellman from Unglueit. I just wanted to comment on Avi's talk. There's a fourth participant in the financial that has a big financial stake in it. They get as much of the cut as the platform does, and that's the credit card networks, the banking networks, and they have a big set of concerns like money laundering and liability that I see it really shaping a lot of and constraining a lot of the ways that the crowdfunding platforms develop. My favorite example is Kickstarter accepted and funded a micro fusion reactor in Brooklyn. And the obvious question is, if Brooklyn blows up because of a Kickstarter campaign, who pays for it?
Okay, so there wasn't really a question there.
Legal question.
So, the credit cards are certainly going to be part of an extra piece of the story. I could, if we really thought about it, we could say, well, there's a lot of other people with interest. The insurance companies who might be not just the credit cards might be part of this too. So thinking about the core three versus other players who have influence in this ecosystem is a great idea.
My name is Jen Hallweil. This question is for Avi. You mentioned that fraud is a major issue that has to be addressed with these platforms. Is there any data on what percentage of projects turn out to be fraudulent?
I think, is Ethan here? Yeah. Okay, so he's the expert on that. I was citing him when I was talking about it, so...
Hi. Okay, I'll talk later about my research, but remembering off the top of my head, I think it was 3.5% of projects that raised over $5,000 in technology design and video games, and had similar numbers in art projects, seemed to make no effort to deliver and went silent. That's less than 1% by the actual money that went in. Right, so 85% of projects deliver late, some of them fail. In terms of actual fraud, it's a very small number relative to other sets of fraudulent projects.
I mean, I can answer that question for Give Forward. It's helpful. We've seen on our platform that the fraud rates are incredibly low. In large part, I mean, we have lots of mechanisms in place, as well as our credit card processors have mechanisms in place as well. But in large part, it has a lot to do with that friends and family idea, and we have a flagging system, so the public is very suspicious of anything that looks fraudulent. They flag it, we investigate, we usually take it down. Our fraud rate, we've helped people raise, I said, close to just shy of $100 million, and in known fraud, it's been less than about 17,000. So that's about 1.7 cents for every $100 contributed. The credit card industry has a fraud rate, I think, of 6 cents for every $100 contributed. So it's about 4 times less than the fraud rate for the credit card industry. So I'm always curious a little bit of why fraud's such a big question, because it seems like it's such a minor, so far to date, it hasn't been a huge issue. And I'm curious of why it is always such a big question.
So I actually have some thoughts on that in terms of, especially thinking about equity, but also in everything. So fraud makes the front page.
Yeah.
Okay, so to any individual investor, actually fraud is probably not a big deal. Okay, so if we think about it rationally, the rates you described, the rates Ethan has found, fraud's not a big deal. But from the point of view of a platform, if you get on the front page of the New York Times because of a big fraud on your platform, that's a disaster, potentially. And so the risk to the industry is actually much bigger than the risk to any individual investor. And that's why I think when we talk about crowdfunding, we need to remember one really big fraud could be a very big deal to any individual platform in the industry as a whole.
I think it also depends on how we define fraud, right? So with equity crowdfunding that's coming, if a small group of people try to create a bubble to push investors towards investing in one company, would that be fraud or would that be fine, right? So we've seen bubbles in the late 1990s. So at least to me, it seems like it all depends on what is fraud, like how do we define fraud? If it's outright fraud, like what Avi said, that's different. But if it's a small group of people trying to push investors in one direction to invest in a specific area, is that fine or is that fraud? So.
Hi, my name is Steven. I have a question on Title III, and I guess this is for everybody. If you guys think it will actually hurt equity crowdfunding more than help it, and if you think there's like, I wouldn't say loopholes, but any way that if it does, to still somehow leverage that money to help with helping investors to really spring these ideas to life?
Yeah, I mean, I can start and you guys can jump in. I mean, if you look at the definition of an accredited investor today, what Title III is going to do is reduce that considerably, right? So we are saying anybody earning $100,000 or less can invest 2.5% of his or her income, and anybody earning $100,000 or more can put up to 5%, right? So one effect of this is you're basically opening up the pool of potential investors to the, beyond the top 1%, to the next 10% based on income, right? So in terms of wisdom of the crowd, that's possibly a good thing. You're going to get a wider variety of potential investors who vet your idea. On the other hand, you also have to be careful that investors have to be careful in the sense that not everybody is equally savvy. And I, for one, often think about the bubble thing that I was mentioning. It's relatively trivial to direct a large pool of people towards investing in one certain industry or arena or a company, especially in the earlier stages. And the SEC and the lawmakers basically have to keep rules in place to vet investors to prevent them from succumbing to anything of this kind. So, I mean, it's hard to speculate which way it will go, but to me there are two countervailing effects. One which is clearly positive, one which might be not so positive.
Hi, I'm John Brennick. Question for Ethan. Have you experienced any difficulties with international donors, and do you have any projects that are based from outside the U.S.?
People can donate from anywhere in the world, but we only have projects and fundraisers in the U.S. right now, largely because of that $400 billion, we've only tackled a tiny, tiny bit of it yet, and it's just such a huge need here, but we haven't expanded internationally yet.
No difficulties with international transactions?
No. I mean, the systems we have set up are pretty easy.
François here. Following on that, you made the point about the healthcare system and rising prices. Now, you're dealing with some of the symptoms for individual people. Do you see a role for crowdfunding to deal with the causes of healthcare problems?
I mean, I don't pretend to be able to, we started this company with two people who knew nothing about what they were doing to be able to solve the healthcare problem. We believe that in the meantime, right, that's a problem that's going to have to be solved by lots of really, really smart people across the country working together. We can play a small part in ameliorating the symptoms until that problem is solved. I don't know how we're going to be able to solve that. But I know that the families that are dealing with this broken system every day and being able to help them is where we can kind of do our part.
Sophia Wapner from the University of Minnesota. This question is for either Avi or Anindya. Now, on equity crowdfunding platforms, entrepreneurs can decide whether to accept money from a certain backer or not. And so are we seeing any trends about which types of backers entrepreneurs prefer money from?
I mean, we haven't really, investigated that in a whole lot of detail. In fact, Sunil and I have just started talking with some platforms that are in this space. So, I mean, if I had to, speculate, I would say, given the options, entrepreneurs would like to seek investors who have some sort of a prior investing background. Now, some platforms are having conversations about making that visible. So, if I'm the entrepreneur and I'm trying to decide who to seek investments from, I would be able to click on someone's profile and look at what prior historical evidence suggests that this is a suitable investor or not. And some want to keep it hidden and concealed because they don't want to bias the entrepreneurs towards only a handful of people, because that would defeat the whole purpose, because you're trying to open up the whole platform to the rest of the crowd. So again, there are two sets of conversation that I've had with these platforms, where one would say we should not necessarily reveal the prior background of the investors so as to not bias the entrepreneurs. One would say, well, we should.
So in the interest of time, I would like to stop here. But again, thanks a lot for the speakers.
Thank you.
So we have a break now, right? And we should get back here by 10:50, right? Okay. Sure.
Can we get a quick photo before you?
I'll come there. I'll stand there.
Where are you based out of? Toronto.
Nice to meet you. I think we're taking a quick photo and then I'll jump. Grab it. Just hit the top.
I have a theory. I looked at it before even it was considered.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
All set here?
You know what? I would say, why don't you go ahead? I don't think it hurts to just go to the website you're going to and maybe test the audio.
Sure.
And then I'll open your slides.
I'll just hang it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll catch up.
Hi. I'm gonna go to the restroom and come back this after this.
A lot of mushrooms.
At ANA, we're building a global net for the public.
What do you say when you see other than
I think that's the right
My mom is pretty obsessed with gardening.
Oh, look, you've got a loquat bloom there. Love the contrast in texture. Dianthus.
We all have plants.
To the public. Number 10, Honda's Asimo. The humanoid robot stands a bit over 4 feet and weighs in at 119 pounds. At 190. The day of living like the Jetsons, mechanized made and all, gets closer all the time. Here are 10 great robots, some of which are even... To the public. Number 10, Honda's Asimo.
I actually see it's an issue. Yeah. Why one of the biggest business purposes is marketing. Many people just use being primarily there are many other use cases. Basically, the other use cases would be once you know how to do things, right? Say, hey, here's the thing. So one of the volunteer parts right now they're very sophisticated. You can't be much complicated tasks because why are they simple? Because public staff will be one of the tools to find this process. Yes, everything that I want to do. And if you write like 5 steps, these two jobs quickly have implementation and visibility of checking things on controls that or increase the amongst learning.
Hello. All right. We are going to get started now. If you can have your seats, please. So we have another terrific session coming up right now. This is going to be on crowdsourcing. As you saw, the first session was on crowdfunding. So this is we're going to be swapping back and forth between crowdfunding and crowdsourcing to just keep it interesting. So we've got three speakers in this panel, three very distinguished and esteemed speakers. The first speaker is going to be Narinder Singh. He is the Chief Strategy Officer and the co-founder of Apperio and Topcoder. He's also the president of the Topcoder community. So Narinder is responsible for overseeing the company's strategy, technology, and various crowdsourcing initiatives. So I'll leave it at that because the bio is too impressive, and I'll finish up 15 minutes just talking about what he's been doing. And then after Narinder goes, I'll introduce the next two speakers.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. So I was listening to some of the speakers as I walked in, and you see all these very well-renowned faculty and professors, and so I was reminded of a kind of opposite story. So when I'm starting a new venture or getting involved in something, I'll often go and get connected with my family, a lot of whom immigrated here from Punjab, northern India, and I'll try to explain what I'm doing to them. And you get some interesting answers. I remember when the .com days, the look of disappointment when I couldn't fix the CD drive on my uncle's computer. Right? And I had to try to kind of explain that that's not what I did. But they were like, well, let's hope he, at least he's at least a nice boy, right? So then when I was explaining crowdsourcing a few years ago, I was talking to my family, and my uncle's like, oh, I get this. It's like in a village when there's a fire and we all grab a pail and we pour water on something. And my other relative's like, no. It's like when you go to the market and there's a bunch of goats and they're all the same price and you pick the best one. And I was kind of like, yeah, okay, yeah, that's pretty much, you've got a couple of the good models down. So I thought I would take this a little bit of a different direction with all of our friends here. And I saw Kareem was presenting. I almost just stole Kareem's presentation because he's presenting two after me, so I could have just totally cut him out. But I thought I would do a little bit different. I want to take a little bit of a step back and talk about thinking bigger and the purpose around innovation and how crowds come into that, and then get really specific on some of the examples that we've seen that are really kind of hitting this in the real world, so it's not something that's just about what's going through. Now, my background is my career has been in technology. I started my career at a really big company, ran software at a startup, joined the office of the CEO of corporate strategy at SAP, and then started Aperio. And when we started Aperio, our goal was to help enterprises kind of reimagine their business through new technology like cloud, social, and mobile. And over time, we said, look, we think that we can be as disruptive to the services and software industry as the software as a service and cloud providers are to the old legacy players. We started growing the company. We were doing really well. And it kind of dawned on me that at the time we had about 500 people, and our biggest competitors were companies like Accenture and Deloitte. They have 250,000. So I did the math really slowly in my head and said, this is probably not going to work for us, right? There's no way for us to grow. My grandkids will be, employees at the company before we get anywhere close to the scale we're needed. So there's got to be a different way. We've got all these things going on where for the first time there's platforms established in the industry that let us innovate and share in a different way. What else can we do? And so we started a crowdsourcing community and really used it to try to disrupt that supply chain. And then about 6 months ago, we said we were so excited about the space, we acquired Topcoder that's been doing this for 13 years and really has been a leader in the crowdsourcing space. And we were so proud to be able to join those communities together under the single umbrella of Topcoder. So that's basically a little bit about who I am and the perspectives that I'll bring to this. Let me jump into a little bit of what's happening from my perspective in the Valley. There's been a lot of articles like this lately where I think people get the innovation is happening, but people have kind of settled into a comfort zone that says, I am expecting innovation around certain ways. I'm actually expecting apps to go from 0 to 10 million downloads in 3 days on the App Store. I'm expecting that to happen through Android. Software as a service cloud providers, I'm expecting them to behave in a certain way and grow. So there's this thing where people have started to say, yes, innovation is moving fast, but where they're getting comfortable with that. And some people are saying, well, that's not innovation anymore. The companies in the bottom left corner are companies that we work with pretty closely. The common thing among those and most of the other software as a service vendors that are large and dominant is they were all started in 2005 or earlier. And so it brings to bear this notion of, has innovation slowing down, or are we at least falling into certain patterns of innovation? And I would actually surmise no, but I think you got to broaden your lens of what, beyond what we normally think of in our software world as innovation and technology. So a couple of my favorite examples, and I'll go through a couple of videos and a couple I won't. About everybody's heard of a Google car by now, right? I think anybody been in one? I was going to ask for help in getting myself into one. I usually show a video around this, but in interest of time, I won't go through that. But basically, this is what the Google car sees. It sees you all around. And there's some great examples of how this is not just a cool technology toy. It's actually going to change how an industry behaves. For example, one of the great videos is a guy named Steve Mann who's actually blind, and they show him really getting independence back, being able to go to the dry cleaners and pick up Taco Bell because of the independence the Google car is bringing him, being able to go through that. You look at industries like insurance. Like, what happens to the insurance industry when accidents don't happen? Warren Buffett just had his annual meeting, and it was shocking. This is Warren Buffett in Omaha at his annual meeting, and somebody asked him what he thought about Google cars and automated cars. And the awareness level to say, yeah, that is going to affect our industry, but these things take more time than we think, was really interesting. So you're seeing this notion of what seems like a cool techie experiment that this crazy company in Mountain View did to actually having pretty profound exposure and experience to an industry. We spend more time in our cars each day than we do on Facebook. What an opportunity for attention. What about what happens when your car is no longer a mode of transport, but a proxy for your office or your living room? So a very different set of things where we think about this. Now, these will bring controversies, despite the fact it's pretty proven that automated cars are safer than what you would drive because they don't text while they drive, they never drink and drive. So by default, they're already way safer than the majority of people. But people really don't like it when robots kill them. So the first time one of these cars get in an accident, we're going to see all sorts of societal issues in how we actually deal with this. So the issue will be this kind of colliding notion of technology and society, which I'll talk about in a second. So I'm kind of into robots lately, so I saw this one, and I thought this was an interesting piece. I'm going to show a video of a couple of my favorite robots for a second.
Number 10, Honda's Asimo. The humanoid robot stands a bit over 4 feet and weighs in at 119 pounds. But its developers have packed a whole lot of functionality into its modest frame. Asimo can do sign language, play soccer, and even serve drinks. Number 9, Cremades. If you ever dreamed of being the pilot of a great big robot, this is your chance. Located within its 13-foot-tall frame is enough room for an onboard commander. Oh, by the way, it can be controlled with an iPhone. Number 8, Atlas. Commissioned by the Pentagon and engineered by Boston Dynamics, this disaster rescue dynamo is built to perform the heroic task of saving lives without risking its own. Number 7, termite robots. These little guys are designed to do tough, tedious building work, and their way of working was inspired by termites. The bots assess their environment, take cues from one another, and get to work even though they haven't a clue of the bigger plan. Number 6, Cheetah Cub. Wanting to know how to make robots take control of tough terrain with the grace of a feline, scientists at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology made a robotic cat. Using it, they can assess joint force and agility without having to harm an actual animal. Number 5, Wildcat. Not to be confused with the aforementioned Cheetah Cub, the Wildcat is the newest generation of Boston Dynamics Cheetah robot line. These machines are made for speed, traveling up to 29 miles per hour. While previous versions were indoor sorts, this one is suited to run free. Number 4, Go Virtual Student. Stuck at home with a severe immune disorder, a student in Texas is now able to attend classes thanks to a robot. She can power the virtual version of herself via internet and participate in what's going on thanks to a webcam.
Miranda suffers from a weak immune system that doesn't allow her to attend class in person, but thanks to this robot pilot program, she's back in the classroom.
Number 3, RoboFly. It's tiny and fast, weighing only 80 milligrams and flapping its wings up to 120 times per second. Once technology advances and can make it a battery small enough, the robotic insect is predicted to be a helpful tool in search and rescue missions. Number 2, the Mab. It flies around your house, senses where it's dirty, and then deploys a bunch of tiny little cleaning bots to make the area sparkle. It's just a concept, but was enough of one to win the Electrolux Design Lab competition. Number 1, Curiosity. NASA's Mars rover has accomplished far more than any other robot can imagine, so to speak. It's only been on the red planet for about a year and a half, but has already determined that there could have once been life there. If you could design a robot...
So, kind of a fun thing around robots. It's interesting, because a lot of the things that we thought of as science fiction, I mean, we've been talking about robots for 20 years, but all of a sudden they're not only becoming available, but becoming available at a very low price point. Anybody have a Roomba, one of those little vacuum cleaners robots? A couple of them. There's a study out that a third of the people name their Roombas, but I won't ask that question of any of you guys, because you often get a sheltered response. But you're seeing all sorts of capability and expansion because these are becoming more mainstream, but with them there's all sorts of risk as well. When I see the little robot that's smaller than a quarter, I think spying. One of the biggest things you see when you talk about robots is recently, this notion of what happens to an industry where now robots are replacing people. A number of the robots actually will learn what you're doing. So if you actually go and show them how to assemble a part, they will mimic the learning action of a human and do that same action. And so Google teaming with Foxconn to potentially build robots could mean manufacturing comes back to the US, but also has a pretty dramatic effect on what's out there. The robot that was the child in school is actually a commercial version of that is from Suitable Tech called Beam. It's the top left there. CES next year is going to have 1,000 of those things, and so you can just dial your way into CES over the internet, wander around, get control, see what sessions you want to experience, but not have to go to Vegas or jump on a plane. So pretty dramatic effects that you're seeing here. And again, it's not just these couple of fields. I go through this often. This room, I'll ask how many people know. Chocolate-covered rose, a band, braces, and shoes. What do they have in common? Raise your hand if you know. A few. Anybody want to shout it out? 3D printing, yes. Everything on this screen is 3D printed. So I'm not a musician, but the band idea, I was thinking, can you make a 3D printed instrument that will make me sound good on the guitar? That's still a little bit beyond technology. But the idea that you can configure it to the room and the acoustics that you're looking for, really making it configurable. The bottom right, the Nike Vapor shoes had parts that were 3D printed in them, made for the Super Bowl this year. All the winning teams wore them. 7 of the 10 fastest times at the NFL Combine were with these shoes. They're able to manufacture things that they really just couldn't do previous to 3D printing. So really not just replicating what we've done, but changing the structures of what we're creating. Invisalign with braces, $500 million sold. All of them are 3D printed. Really huge opportunity for the company to really quickly jump into that space, but also potential disruption. What if the dentist office just has a printer on their own? Do they need Invisalign anymore? And then even food, chocolate-covered roses, different colored sugars, being able to, at a pixel-by-pixel level, design the food flavor that you want in a particular piece. It's a whole new set of culinary pieces. So all sorts of different things around that. And of course, with 3D printing, you can't even search the term on Google without quickly seeing guns. So again, a massive society impact around that, which has huge risk to society, but also equally huge benefit. The prosthetic implications of 3D printing are really profound. Being able to really give dignity back to people, not just giving them functional form, but being able to actually allowing them to customize their 3D printed prosthetics to what they want. If you get a hip replacement in the UK, it's probably 3D printed. I think our FDA will get around to that at some point as well. But being able to go through and really profoundly change how you're manufacturing different places. And I could kind of go on and on. Wearables, we're seeing massive things around that, the amount of data that it will create, what it means to be able to instrument yourself. Genomics, you can, the first, the sequencing of human gene, 13 years, $3 billion. You can get your own done for about $1,000 this year, $100 within a year. Imagine walking into your doctor with the memory stick and saying, this is me, figure it out. Right? Little different way. And then, of course, kind of computers. We're seeing all of a sudden AI advance at rates that we hadn't seen before. The picture on the bottom there is a quantum computer, 10 meters square, to cool a 1 centimeter chip to minus 270 degrees Kelvin for it to operate. So maybe not quite practical yet, but getting there. And a potential to be 4,000 times faster on certain problem sets than current computing in space. So we're seeing this again and again. So as you kind of widen your lens from the notion of building an app on the App Store or the Android marketplace, you start seeing the breadth of what's possible with innovation. But there's another side to this. One of my favorite blog posts, I'm sure everybody here has read this, is from Mark Andreessen in the Wall Street Journal, where he talks about software eating the world. And it's a really great piece, and it talks about, the disruption of Blockbuster via Netflix and Borders and Amazon, really a software-centric view. But if you take a step back and walk through what I just walked through, you start seeing that this is a broader statement. All of a sudden, the world is becoming programmable. I remember when cloud computing first occurred, I was so excited because I grew up as a technologist, and I used to hate when the customer would ask me, well, how much hardware do I need? What's the networking setup? I didn't know anything about that, but I knew how to create software. Well, now all of a sudden, it's not just that the cloud has abstracted software out. We're seeing all of these interfaces to life in 3D printing and artificial intelligence and robotics that is abstracting the world into a software program. You can really program the world now. And at the same time, obviously data is exploding. Like, you're seeing data creation going crazy because of this. Every element of what I talked through is creating a profound set of data. We're not exactly sure what to do with in all circumstances, but it's there. So you're seeing this notion of you've got all this innovation occurring, which is basically creating an API to the world. You've got data going everywhere, but at the same time, we have all this stuff about, regardless of what you think about whether there is a shortage or not, certainly there's areas where we're seeing skills issues around IT, around data science, around mobile, that's really constraining different pieces out there. So you're seeing all these factors combine. It works. All of a sudden, if you're a shoe company in Minnesota, are you competing with Facebook for talent? How do you actually kind of manage through all that? So basically, we're seeing more than ever this up or out of an industry level. Before, it was like your company could get disrupted and you wanted to be on one side of it. Now you're seeing this happen at an industry level. A lot of the things I talked about and others are putting pressure on it. And so if you're an executive at a large company, let's just pick a boring old manufacturing company, all of a sudden you really got to care about 3D printing because your company or your industry can disappear, and then you're in a software problem, and now you're in a skills problem. So basically, this is the crux of getting to what Topcoder provides, what we think about with crowdsourcing, this notion of being able to tap into a world of talent because there's no way you can keep up. We came to this realization at Aperio, and that's why we invested so much in crowdsourcing and the Topcoder community. Topcoder is a community of about 620,000 designers, developers, and data scientists today. Kareem will talk about some of the work we've done with kind of long-running, the incredible results that you'll see with this kind of crowdsourcing approach. I'm going to hit on some of the really specific results and what happens with customers. So how does it actually apply so you can see that it's not simply something that's theoretical, but really practically possible now. So this is a discussion of around, there's a company called Brevo Labs. They make door security. I can't think of too many things that are more boring than door security, right? But they figured out a way to make it a little bit different. So let me walk through a quick video first to give you an example of what I mean. So let's figure out how to make wearables come into the physical world. So they basically said, look, we really want to make building security not boring. We want to make it social. We want to connect it to wearables. We have no idea how to get the skills to that. Like, we don't have Google Glass developers. We don't have people who understand the social platforms out there. We do badges, right? So they said, by tapping into a crowdsourced community, I'm able to get skills that I might not have, create wearable interfaces to our technology, create iPad applications, and eventually create an API to the physical world that through the community, that then they could use through a community to create interesting solutions. So really kind of an interesting way of bringing this physical world into another by being able to tap into the skills that let them do that. I'm getting the rush of time here. So a couple of other ones. Everybody likes NASA. Right now we have a program underway with NASA. If you go to topcoder.com/asteroids, you'll see it, and you can even play asteroids on the site. But basically it's helping NASA figure out how to detect asteroids for mining purposes or to make sure they don't hit us, improving the algorithms by which they do that. So it's a massive image detection problem that they're able to tap into a community to go through. We just finished this. The first phase, we had 400 plus submissions from across the world to help them figure out how to improve this piece of this. Similarly, with NASA, we're working on something called disruption-tolerant networking, an internet protocol basically for space. So astronauts can get emails, so devices and robots can communicate with people in space. The protocol by which communication can occur, and they decided the best way to do this was by crowdsourcing it, because even someone as advanced as NASA recognizes that the world's innovation is a more powerful factor. You know, commercial companies like Comcast, this is data from the last about 18 to 24 months of Comcast, where we've had over 11,000 people from 72 countries participate in almost 700 challenges. I think it represents about 25 projects and 155 unique winners that have added to the R&D capacity of Comcast and being able to produce their components and solutions around their Xfinity platform. So really being able to say, how do you use this as a part of a virtual development capacity for what you're doing across the world? HP, Idle on Demand, we basically went through, they're looking to how do I promote what we have around this. I'm actually going to skip this one, but you'll get a sense of what we're doing, where we're taking products that have APIs to connect to interesting things that are intelligence, and saying the best way of creating those and exposing those is by being able to go through and use a community. So again, pushing through a community. I'm running out of time a little bit, but let me talk about the design process, because these are, yeah, great. You can help me find asteroids. How do I actually turn that into something for my company? Well, one of the things we do is, like, how do you make it quick to access the crowd? So this is something we do on the design side, where we let people have all sorts of variants and say, I need some designs that can help me build a mobile app, for example. They'll get a bunch of designs, they'll give feedback, kind of a checkpoint, and narrow in on a solution. So they allow for variance through the community early on, and then they provide collective feedback to everybody that lets them actually get to a particular solution for them. We've even done this in a very short period where we'll simulate a whiteboarding session. In this case, it was like play some charades, pick the category. So they picked the wheelbarrow from Monopoly, so we said, let's build a landscaping app. The green team won, so we said, let's use green colors. We launched a challenge in 25 hours. So we launched the challenge, expected results back in 25 hours, and got about a dozen designs for a green mobile landscaping application that we were able to go through and see very quickly. So this is just a couple of those. So really looking forward to being able to tap into the world in a different sense, from the world's hardest problems to the ones that are super common and around. Anybody know who this is or who the quote's from? Kareem, does you already see me do this? It's William Gibson. It's the guy who wrote Neuromancer, and it's a big cyberpunk novel. One of the first, he coined the term cyberspace. And I really think it captures where we're at with innovation and how crowds can help. We're seeing more than ever that the future really is already here. It's just the distribution is uneven. And that's going to create chaos across multiple industries for people for a long time, because we stretched that curve out. So how you use communities and crowdsourcing to tap into that provides a different kind of labor model that allows an organization to keep up with what's impossible to keep up with, which is the pace of innovation today. So with that, thank you guys for the time, and look forward to questions at the end.
Our next speaker is going to be one of my very esteemed colleagues, Professor Natalia Levina. Here. There you are. Okay, I thought you were sitting there. So Natalia's work involves looking at boundary-spanning issues on crowdsourcing, open innovation, global outsourcing, and a number of very interesting topics in this space. So I'll leave it at that.
Well, thanks, Anindya. Very happy to be here, see some familiar faces of my former students.
Very interesting.
Thanks, guys, for coming, my colleagues. First of all, I'm going to continue with the topic of crowdsourcing for innovation. And while for this audience, crowdsourcing for innovation may sound like a panacea, probably already proven by great examples of Topcoder, for some people, it sounds like an oxymoron. You know, why would you trust the key thing of your company, the key capability to the crowd? So I know. Again, this audience, I hope, is buying into the idea. So here is a question. How many of you have ever purchased a crowdsourced product? Okay. A few hands, maybe a T-shirt from Threadless, I'm guessing. So I'm going to propose to you that actually every single one of you has purchased a crowdsourced product. And that product is a can of tuna, for example. A canning was invented as a response to an open public call for crowdsourcing. During the time of Napoleonic Wars, Napoleon wanted to have people come up with a method of preserving food for long-distance marches that he planned. And there was a public call to do that. A French confectionery maker came up with a bottle method for glass bottle preservation. And in 1795, by 1810, a guy from Britain came up with a tin can. So the actual idea of saying that we cannot invent everything ourselves, even back in 200 or so years ago, was already out there, that you can't really handpick and know ahead of time where the innovative idea comes from. In fact, by now, before crowdsourcing hit us, just research and management has very strong support for the idea that innovation comes from diversity of backgrounds, experiences, inventions, integrating synergistically with each other. Just this, if you go on Amazon and look for best-selling, most authoritative books on innovation, and there are a few more to add to this list, you see a very clear idea here. Look at these titles. Almost every single one of them highlights that innovation doesn't come from a lone genius sitting in the office. It comes from people synergistically combining diverse things, like borrowing innovation, right? Mimicking biology. We just had this great example of the ants, right? This is probably straight out from the biomimicry book. The Medici effect. Even if you think of a single person, Leonardo da Vinci, the one thing that comes to mind is that he was so multidisciplinary, so Renaissance, right? The whole term comes from this. A Renaissance person who is able to combine diversity. My favorite, actually, on this list, to give a pitch, is Andrew Hargadon's book of How Breakthrough Happens, where he shows that even people we think of as lone geniuses like Thomas Edison were very much embedded in structures that allow them to combine ideas from diverse places. Hence, our big idea of open innovation that Henry Chesbrough popularized in his book. But really, the idea was out there for a while. Companies have been partnering, joint venturing for many years, because even before the big inventions like Google Glass and Google Car hit us, or 3D printing, companies realized that they cannot possibly hire all the brightest people internally, as Bill Joy has said, and they need to partner. And this partnering can be in the form of open calls. It could be in the form of joint ventures. It could be in the form of opening up your platforms like Apple and Google have done. Or, since we're here today under the title of crowds, it could be in the form of crowdsourcing. Of course, digital technology put open innovation on steroids. That's what happened. So this is somebody else's chart, but I'll use it just to make one point, where the point is that we have some pioneers like Topcoder, like Incentive, in the space of innovation, crowdsourcing for innovation. But as we move forward, and I'm sure in this room we have quite a lot of people creating new ideas, new platforms of how to make it work better, not just for crowdfunding, but for crowdsourcing as well. And there is a mushrooming of new platforms over there. And I'm following this website, which aggregates platforms. I wish I sort of grabbing that wonderful domain name, boardofinnovation.com. Doesn't everybody want to be the board of innovation to clear the innovation? So they have been aggregating the sites, and there's just so many. There's such a variety. Even the titles of how you put them together. I remember when Incentive and 9 Sigma went under R&D platforms. Now they sort of under intermediary platforms, corporate initiatives, marketing tools that could also be, some of them are pro-social innovations. How does an organization keep up with it? So my focus in my research with my collaborator in Lafayette, who is in the audience over there, and with Karim Lakhani, who's to speak after me, is really from the organizational standpoint. How do you make sense out of this huge variety? And I think what was already said, that we are in very early stages and there are no hard rules yet. We don't know yet what works, just like with crowdfunding. I think we can understand the space but not say what works. So it's sort of like shopping in a Istanbul bazaar, right? You go in there and there's all this wonderful variety, and especially if you're a bit of a latecomer, you have so much to choose from, many forms. Do I do it as a community, as a contest? What kind of problem do I put out there? So in terms of the problem, for example, not only do you need to choose which platform to go for, which form to take, or do I create my own, you actually also need to specify for which problems is this a good idea. So I hope people from Incentive forgive me a little bit, because I'm going to use it to show how maybe some ideas are not the best for putting out there. So this is a problem on Incentive, which is a wonderful platform for crowdsourcing significant scientific and technology challenges. And it's basically, if you read the description, is asking somebody to come up with a contractible polymer that will make people look 20 years younger. So imagine, your high school reunion, 20 years, you go to the pharmacy, L'Oreal offers you this wonderful product, you put it on, great, right? So here are some of the problems. It's not, for those familiar with the platform, this is not just give me your ideas. This is a reduction to practice challenge. It's asking for somebody to come up with a very specific, proven product. And the trick, I read the description, the trick is, you can easily, if not me, but somebody out there can easily invent a polymer that does it. There isn't one that doesn't kill your skin cells. Well, that's a little problem, right? So basically here, they're saying invent one that doesn't kill your skin cells and show us that in the lab that it works, and then and only then would you get $30,000. Now, how many of you would give up such idea for $30,000 with proof that it works? I don't see any philanthropists. So clearly, this is not exactly the right problem to put out there, because of the issues that it's probably $1 billion market, right? If it really works, we would all love, maybe some of us would love to go and buy. So what are some of the issues? Many, right? In this early days, I would venture to say it's often that these kinds of projects are risky and more often fail than not, and there are many, many reasons for this. There are issues of problem formulation, right? So for example, for this problem, right, it may be that a company, let's think of it as L'Oreal, just for the ease of it, has done quite a bit of research about what kind of polymers are most likely to lead to this invention, right? But there are issues of revealing this information online, right? Obviously, that's IP that they value. And then even if the company went on and somehow revealed prior research, for $30,000 with a tiny chance of winning, right, how many people would actually take the time to understand this research, have the capability, and perhaps they actually need a lab and materials and all this other stuff? So this is a significant problem of not having enough contextual knowledge to really generate a good solution. There is the million-dollar question in this whole thing is idea evaluation. I know Karim has done some great work on it. We are doing work on it, where basically, even if you have some interesting ideas, because the whole point is that they come from a background different from yours, the not invented here syndrome dominates a lot of decision-making. And finally, even if you see the value of the idea, at the end of the day, there is usually a big adaptation process. Somebody needs to invest in this usually extremely costly endeavor, and the whole thing is much more likely to sort of fall apart in any one of these steps. So here is a good question that my students ask me when I teach this: what one ought to do, right? What are the guidelines? And a wonderful work by Karim and his student Hila Lifshitz Asaf, who is not here only because she's soon defending, and Mike Tushman and others, have sort of outlined very nicely for us what are some of the things strategically that companies should think about when venturing into this endeavor. So one thing is you actually must believe that there is a crowd out there capable of generating relevant solutions. So often it's the users, right? They know what features they might want from products. There must be also a potentially a good situation when a crowd has good relevant knowledge for evaluating solutions. So if you think of Threadless, the t-shirt company, the crowd kind of knows what they're likely to buy. You would also want a kind of problem where you can decompose it into pieces so that, for example, related to IP issues, the client company can retain some complementary IP. So in this polymer case I just spoke about, if they were able to create a sub-problem so that the crowd works on a sub-problem and the complementary IT is retained with the firm, that would have helped. And of course, on top of it all, you must be able to motivate these people to work either for charitable reasons or because they actually see a stream of revenue. So this is actually very helpful. I teach this stuff. It's very informative. Here is a company that sort of has a good demonstration of how these principles work. Quirky is a New York-based crowdsourcing platform. Some of you might have heard about it. It asks people to invent consumer products for the home. Of course, you know, working in the kitchen, you know, when we cook, we often feel the need for what's missing, right? You think about it. And if you have a creative and design-oriented mind, you might invent products like this one. And the problem often has been that you don't have the money to necessarily do the market research and manufacture it. So Quirky solved this problem to a large degree by venting these ideas, asking also the crowd to evaluate the potential of these ideas together with professional designers and managers, and if there is potential to produce it and share the benefits with the inventors. So sort of this was, so I said the sweet spot, this is sort of hitting the sweet spot. You can do it in a different way. This is Frog Design, a very famous design firm, has instead of saying, asking the crowd to do A through Z design, it figures I can come up with a task. My overall design project is decomposable. What if I ask the crowd to just do the research for me? In this case, they're looking for designs of various kitchen pantries. You know, the crowds have access to many more designs than what we can get even through our extensive research. So the problem's decomposable, you can ask somebody to do it. So that's all good, and I think very useful guidelines. Let's think about one interesting example. How many of you have heard about Dell Idea Storm? Yeah? Not as many as I thought. It's a pretty popular platform. So Dell is using these principles to say, well, perhaps our users, user-driven innovation, have ideas for what they want out of the next laptop or what kind of services we should provide. And it's the platform has quite a lot of participation. People post ideas. Dell community managers vend them, and so on. Now, anybody has heard of Apple's Idea Storm? Yeah? Here is Apple's Idea Storm. In fact, many of us are Mac users, including myself. If we have an idea that we would like Apple to implement, I would challenge you to find a channel in which you will be heard, right? Because the idea is that we know better, right? So here is a company in exactly the same techno space, in this particular case competing on laptops and desktops with Dell, right? The nature of the problem is the same. The crowds are very willing, I would venture more willing than with Dell's case, to contribute ideas. We could also have the same evaluation potential. Yet this company decided not to do it, and perhaps for good reasons. So the question we asked in our NSF-funded research project was, in a sense, why do companies in similar situations make such different choices? When they are experimenting, and yes, we are still in the state of experimentation, with this new phenomena, what guides their experimentation? What we found was really interesting, and we weren't looking for it, it was very emergent, is what we noticed is that firms, even in the same industry, faced with the same competitive pressures, often have very different philosophies. And in particular, their perspectives of what knowledge is and where novel ideas are going to come from. And the Dell-Apple kind of comparison demonstrates it well, but we've seen a whole range of such philosophies. Some companies embrace this sort of philosophy where ideas come from people sitting in the room, bouncing ideas of each other. In the prior talk, this is the brainstorming, and talking to each other, and really through interaction. Other companies have much more of an engineering mentality. You could say, good innovation comes from breaking a problem down into smaller problems, right? Specifying this well, analyzing, understanding solutions, and inventing sort of solutions to the smaller problems, recombining. And yet others have this what's called broadcast search model, which is in a sense saying, you know, 2 minds are better than 1, and 1,000,000 minds are better than 2. And sort of there are solutions out there. It's a matter of finding them. So if you think about these different philosophies and you start thinking about what does crowdsourcing mean if you have these diverse philosophies, you could see very different engagement. For companies in this space, you would imagine they would want to harness the creativity of the crowd and involve them in some sort of interaction. For others, you would see that they are much more likely to break the problem down and see specific informational pieces that potentially you can source on the platforms, almost like Mechanical Turk, but you know, scientific versions of this. And others would probably broadcast just like, say, an Incentive does. So it's really a philosophical position on what knowledge is, and kind of brings us back to famous philosophers. I'm not going to name them. It's a cool question to crowdsource in Mechanical Turk. Who are the philosophers and the statues? So instead, I would just say that an example of this is IDEO, a premier design consultancy firm, which many of you know about in the innovation space. So IDEO methods been popularized in books and videos. So if it basically involves a lot of human interaction, understanding user needs through ethnographies, collaborative work, brainstorming, feedback on each other's ideas, and in particular prototyping, right? So this is Apple's mouse, one of their famous examples where when Steve Jobs went to Xerox and saw the first mouse, he tasked IDEO with reinventing it, and they went to a store and bought a soap box, right? And that's why we have a rectangular mouse. How do you put that online, right? If you think about all the human activities that goes into this, it sounds almost nonsensical to put this online. And yet, because of the enormous potential of crowdsourcing in different ways of organizing it enables, IDEO created OpenIDEO, some of you may be familiar with, which sort of emulates pieces of this process. It wasn't born overnight. It's really hard to figure out how to do it. But the belief that people out there, armed with the right process, are able to come up with innovative ideas, and not just research, but A through Z, invent some interesting new things, is what they were able to pull off. So what do I conclude from this? Well, first of all, we are living in this really fascinating and exciting time where there are no rules yet. Companies, when they decide what to do in this space, are really experimenting, and they can create something very unexpected. But when they do that, what we found in our research is that they really reflect explicitly or implicitly on what their fundamental beliefs are about the nature of knowledge and novelty. And really, they take a stance on how do they see crowd, how do they see crowd's potential, and what you can do with the crowd. And here is more of a speculation, but what we've seen evidence on and are doing further research on is that the ideas that you get from crowdsourcing are quite unlikely to make their way into established organizations. But when, because of the issues I already mentioned, but when crowdsourcing is done in a way that's consistent and, in effect, helps you recommit to the beliefs you already have about nature of novelty and knowledge, it's more likely to have an impact. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Natalia. Our next speaker is Karim Lakhani.
Right, thank you. Should we just check the audio on this, or? Well, I guess we'll get to it. So thank you, Anindya, for the invitation. It's great to be here with friends. The work we've been following each other. We're a community of scholars sort of trying to make sense of what's happening in this world of crowdsourcing. My own introduction to this actually happened about 18 years ago. I was working at General Electric in new product development and in a marketing role. And we had just bought major assets of L'Oreal Medical Systems digital radiology business. And so we were pretty excited that we've got this technology and we're going to sort of launch it around the world. And I came across a physician in Montreal who was like, I don't want any of this stuff. And I'm like, okay, why? And he was like, well, we've built this all ourselves. And I'm like, aren't you watching like the Sunday morning shows where GE says we bring good things to life? Like, we're the ones who bring good things to life, not you. And in fact, I spent some time with them, and in fact, they had in fact solved most of the major engineering challenges that we had laid out for ourselves. And they were ahead of us by about 18 months. So the fit and finish of it looked pretty crappy, but in terms of all the things that needed to get done, they had done already. And they had done this through open source software and through working with communities. And so this became an eternal puzzle for me to say, how could it be that a band of ragtag people around the world could coordinate and create complex software while at the same time GE was far behind? And that's the puzzle that I've been trying to go after. And I work with my lab, and we have a set of scholars working together, trying to tackle a bunch of questions around crowdsourcing and its various applications. So the first thing I want you to sort of know about is that there's two different institutions to organize crowds. There's a perspective which is contests and competitions, which is basically you have a problem, you set a prize, and you invite anybody in the world to participate, and you hopefully get a great solution out of it. And here, the main perspective we see in terms of when contests are very effective is when the problem sponsor does not know, right, who the right person might be to solve the problem, or what the right approach may be as well, or both. And we see these things work really well. On the other hand, there is also a community-based model. So open source software, which is where I got my research start, has revolutionized the world of software development, right? If you had asked back in the mid-90s that software would be developed through communities and firms like Apple and even IBM and so forth would be using open source software, you'd be very surprised. So while Natalia said that Apple's designs are actually, pretty close, and it's Steve Jobs' mind, or us sort of doing seances with him now, trying to see what's going on. Apple software, the core operating system, is about 50% open source. And on their website, they say, we work with the open source community. So Apple has figured out how to, on the one hand, use crowd input, on the other hand, deflect crowd input as well. But community-based software development and other examples like Wikipedia have really changed our perspective on how we might want to organize ourselves. So these are two distinct institutions, oftentimes intermingle. So when I first went into Top Coder, I was surprised at how Darwinian it was. Right? I came from this, let's give everybody a big hug and let's do software development together in the open source world. And I come to Top Coder, and they're like competing. They have prizes, it's winner-take-all types of contests. But what I quickly realized is that underlying this competitive model is actually a very active community. So people are sharing knowledge quite a bit. After you finish a contest, people are revealing their code bases and learning from each other as well. So these are distinct institutions on the front end, or the back end, you in fact see lots of intermingling amongst them as well. So what I want to show you first is an example, and I hope this audio works, of a contest we ran on Top Coder. I think I need this mic. Every Sure.
black, or to one region, see those large solar panels? Holding them to the station are very long, thin arms or larger. Anytime an odd number of larger arms are in full sunlight, with others in the shadows cast by the rest of the space station, they bend. For this reason, ISS operators are careful to position the station to limit shadow, and so only an even number of larger arms are shadowed at one time. However, this conservative positioning reduces the power the station can collect from the sun, thus causing inefficiency. NASA wants more power for the ISS. More power means more science, and cool stuff that NASA can do on orbit. NASA needs a sophisticated algorithm, and they think you just might be the key to this whole equation. Introducing the NASA Tournament Labs International Space Station Logic Engine. Your solution just may help power the International Space Station and allow more science for more scientists around the world. Consider this your invitation to blast off with NASA. For more information, visit topcolor.com/ISS. If you pass the right stuff.
So I want to first shout out to Clinton. Clinton from Top Coder was the person, our social media expert, that helped us create this video. This was a minor YouTube celebrity. We had like 150,000 views or so forth on this. Anyway, so this was a contest we ran approximately a year ago to solve one of NASA's challenges. And here's what we got. So we got broad engagement. So in fact, we had 2,000 people sign up. And what's great is that I think it's the Google Hangout coming through. So, and what's awesome is that we had some pretty amazing winners. So this guy is Italian. He never participated before in Top Coder. Chinese, Polish, Chinese, Belarusian, Chinese, Canadian, Chinese, Estonian, right? So pretty awesome results. But you want to know how good are the results, right? So we just basically gave them the top prizes for their solutions, and you want to know how good the results are. So what I'll plot for you here is the power output from their algorithms and what the space station can do that. And one thing that should be of interest to you, that look how bunched up these are already, right? So this is a very tight neck-and-neck competition. But what you want to imagine is how good is a NASA solution, right? And so this is the NASA solution itself. So, you know, we, depending on how you measure it, and we're in fights with NASA about what's the right way to measure it. In fact, with Boeing charges NASA, $20 million a year for this solution. We solved it for 30K. So obviously they want to denigrate our solutions. But what you have basically is our ability in 2 weeks' time for relatively low cost. So like this is decimal dust in terms of dollars, for NASA, being able to come up with great solutions. And that's what we sort of keep seeing repeatedly when we run these contests. We're running a bunch of contests for both NASA, other federal government agencies, as well as for our calling to the medical school as well. So one thing to leave you with, and there's one thing you take away from this conversation is a very simple and basic view about innovation. So Natalia showed you all these books, and if you search on Amazon for innovation, you'll see thousands of books. Lots of people talk about innovation. But I want to just boil it down to one thing, and the one thing I want to boil it down to is statistics. Okay? So if you think about innovation, what you care about, right, is an extreme value, right? No matter how you define extreme value, it could be sales, could be performance, could be market share, whatever. What you care about is like the best answer, right? The most further out answer. And if you go back to Stats 101, right, and remember that statistics says that anything you do, any activity you undertake, there's an underlying statistical distribution, right? And if you do it once by itself, what you'll get is the average value, right, the center of the graph, right, for a normal distribution. It's only when you do things independently do you actually see lots of other solutions. And this is what crowds enable us to do. Crowds enable us to get extreme value solutions. So what happens is that inside of a firm, the mean might be shifted to the right, The mean might be like, oh, our average solution is better, but the tails is where we win. Right? The tails is where crowds come out and win. And that's where we've seen this recurrently happen. And as I'll show you with data from our medical school, what you see is that our tails are pretty darn fast. Okay? So it's not just one extreme outline solution. We get 10, 20, 30, which may mean that, in fact, this is probably left shifted in many ways, and is probably also very, very narrow in terms of distribution. So to illustrate that for you, we ran a challenge again on Topcoder to solve a big data problem in medicine and immunogenomics. I won't bore you with the details, but it's an important problem, especially when you have lots of exposure data with genomics, genomic analysis going forward. And what did we discover? So we had, again, 700 people show up, 122 coders submitting 654 solutions in 2 weeks. Not only did we get lots of solutions, but we also got a diverse set of solutions coming through as well. That's important. Winners from Russia, France, Egypt, Belgium, US, people that we could never hire. The medics we could never hire and bring abroad anyway. And really high performance. But let me show this to you graphically what this performance was. So this is looking at the overall performance in terms of time to analyze the 100,000 sequences, as well as how accurate you are. Right? And you want to be in the top left side. Okay? The green dots represent the solutions from our guys on Topcoder. Red dot is NIH megabest. 20-year effort and millions of dollars spent. Okay. Yellow dot is one of my co-authors, Remy Arnaud, MIT undergrad, PhD from Oxford, and has a lab dedicated to this question. Right? So he helped with us to design the question. This is his effort over 2 years, and these are all the guys on our side, just kicking the pants out of this problem. Right? And by the way, none of them have any background in computational biology. Zero, right? So we're basically able to take a problem, this is back to what Natalia said, to take a problem, decompose it in a way so that anybody in the world can participate. And when we do that, we have really super fat tails. All right, and this we see over and over again. So this is diversity of approaches, right? If you look at an X-Prize competition, what you see are very different approaches to solve the same problem. This is like getting 100 miles per gallon fuel. Here I have also very different types of participants, right? So you have both corporate to one-man bands to families and so forth. And this is what crowds enable. We just get diversity of approaches and diversity of people participating and making this work for us. What we've seen in our analysis of incentive is that people outside of the normal boundaries of the problems or social groups are the ones that end up winning. And this is a standard finding that we can now sort of go back to and say this is what enables contest to work so well. One question you have is why do people do this work? Right? This should be underlying it, and a lot of social science is trying to answer this question. So we have 3 explanations. One set of things that people do this for is for extrinsic motives. You do it for the cash, of course. You do it for the market signals you generate from your performance. You do it for prestige. You do that. A lot of people also do it because they really enjoy problem solving. Right? So if you're on the subway and you see all these people do Sudoku, right? That's wasted effort. They should be all here writing code, right? Because that's like mental effort that's gone away. Now we can put their mental effort to use, right? And you do it for fun, enjoyment, learning, autonomy, and space. And finally, you do it because you want to belong. There's pro-social reasons to do it too, community belonging, identity. Like, because we do all this stuff with NASA, people say, I get to help the space program, right? That's a cool thing, and they'll exert extraordinary amounts of effort to make this happen. The thing, though, you should be worried about is this an optimal design for contests? And that's one of the big questions we have. You always want to open up the number of people in the contest. And the thing to think about is that if you're a competitor, right, you actually want to limit competition, right? Because if there's a prize and there's just 2 of you competing, the odds of you winning are 50%, right? If there's 100 of you competing, right, the odds of you winning is 1 in 100, right? So you don't want competition, in fact, for a competitor. And so economic models come back and say that, in fact, it's better to limit competition because incentives drop. And in our analysis of Topcoder, when we see them run a bunch of contests, we in fact see this, that as you increase the number of competitors, performance drops. And so we're like, okay, we're stuck, right? You might as well just find the 2 best people, let them compete and win. What we discovered is that, in fact, if you account for the type of problems being solved, what you see is that, in fact, it's better sometimes to open up the competition when there's lots of uncertainty, when there's multiple different approaches, multiple different knowledge domains needed to solve the problem. And we see that in our analysis that basically for single domain problems, we see this very negative outcomes. But for multi-domain problems, we see much shallower response, but the extreme values, right, the best solutions go up quite a bit. And that's where we sort of say that in the design of contests, when you have simple problems, you actually want to limit competition. When you have more complex problems, you want to open up the stream. You also want to know when crowds don't work. What we've seen is that governance matters. You need platforms available to govern the work of the crowds. And the biggest example that we saw most recently was last year, when the New York Post published 4chan results saying who is the Boston bomber, right? When in fact there was no way for us to verify this. So we need governance. The second thing we have to worry about is incentives mismatch, right? And this is back to Natalia's question, right? Oftentimes people are asking for, give me a cure for cancer, right, for $10,000, right? That's not going to work. This happened here with XPRIZE, where they had a challenge to sequence the $1,000 genome, and only 2 teams entered because there was a massive outside market trying to encourage people to participate in this as well. Finally, task interdependence, right? Again, cure for cancer, too complicated, right? Help me figure out one way to catalyze this molecule. So I have to give you a 2x2. Is in my contract with my dean that professors have to give you a 2x2. I don't know if that works at NYU as well. That's in the contract. So what I'm going to show you is, thinking about 2 dimensions of innovation, right? One is the generation of solutions that I talked about, and the second is the selection of solutions, right? And those are both knowledge-intensive tasks. And you have views about, is the knowledge required to solve the problem concentrated and narrow in one person, one domain, one company, or broadly distributed, and also the selection knowledge as well. So what we have is that most of R&D works like this, right? Where we think that the knowledge required for us to solve the problem and to select amongst the solutions resides inside the firm. But because we have defining communications and digitization, we can now actually, and modularity, we can actually start to think of other forms. So you, of course, have seen the rise of consortia, right? Internet consortia came about because we said a few people might have good ideas, but we want selection from a broad base of people and improvement from a broad base of people. We can have contests where a few people select, but lots of people help generate. And then, of course, we have things like threadless and open source, where lots of people will generate and select along the way. Right? And what's happening is that lots of firms are now figuring out how to play in all domains. So I want to end with a video, hopefully it'll work, about a company that's born open that is basically pushing the boundaries of what you think you can do with crowdsourcing.
This is Local Motors. Welcome to the Forge, empowering a community of designers, engineers, fabricators, enthusiasts with passionate, supportive, informative inspiration. Community of give and take on a mission to accelerate vehicle development. Open resources. Size doesn't matter. No idea is too small or big. Engage the Forge. Start with an idea. Sketch it. Snap a picture. Upload your work. And showcase it to others. Meet experts. No, more like these experts about your idea. Get the tools you need. Get feedback. Improve your design. See it come to life. Make awesome real. Join a project. Give feedback. Contribute. Maybe compete. Get recognition. Or this recognition. Or even this.
We found a small company in Arizona called Local Motors.
Be a part of something huge. Be a member of the Forge.
And so what's interesting about Local Motors is Peter Rogers, the founder, looked at threadless and says, oh, I can do this in cars. And I said, you're crazy, this is never going to work. And good thing he didn't take my advice, right? He just said, did it. And so he built the proof of concept and, in fact, has a viable business now building cars through community-based development. What's even more interesting is that GE is now partnered with them and said, help us do appliances, right, through this methodology. So they're going to build a micro factory across from GE Appliance Park in Kentucky, right, to show how this works. So it's quite amazing what's going on in this space. And so for me, the 5 lessons for you, again, crowds, you can do contests in communities. Think extreme values, right, what they enable for us. Diverse participation is a big big element here. Incentive design, you become incentive designers, right? What was in economics textbooks is now part of practice. People like Narinder, they have to think about these elements quite a bit. And governance matters. Okay, good, thank you.
So we have only about 10 minutes for Q&A, so in the interest of time, I'll let the audience get started with questions, and then I jump in. So, you guys, anybody have questions for finance?
Okay, Gord.
I'll go Burtch. I have a question for Kareem. So the example that was given about being able to solve some major problem for a company that maybe. So the fact that you can solve a major problem for a company by going to the crowd for a very low amount of money, $30,000. What's going on, in some sense, is a lot of the costs of solving the issue is just being displaced to the losers of the competition. So the company's not paying for it anymore, but somebody's still paying. So I'm wondering if you can comment at all about the social welfare of these
Great. So the question is about social welfare. This is a big concern for economists, right? Because what you care about is you don't want wasted effort. So what I would sort of say is that a lot of people come back with other motives to participate. So participation is a consumption good in many of these things. People learn, people develop skills, people develop signals. So in the context that I showed you for NASA, right? If you were number 11 and you were out of the money, you can still say your solution is better than Boeing, and you can convert that into a job with Google, right? And so we're seeing a lot of that happen quite a bit. The second thing that actually is very interesting, and I thought the direction we're going to go to is like, why the hell are these random dudes kicking ass for Boeing and for NASA, right? And I think what's telling me is that the baseline counterfactual software skills in most companies is pretty crappy, right? And when you put 100 people on a problem, right, you will just knock the socks out of it. I think that's what we're sort of seeing, especially in the computational world.
Hold there, David.
So the process of sort of crowdsourcing these ideas, in some way, aren't you just short-circuiting the traditional, startup venture capital innovation process that happens over a few years, and then ultimately you get acquired by a Boeing or a General Motors, and on some level that feels to me to be a more sort of reliable route to giving the innovator the reward that he or she deserves than just running a competition where the innovator comes out, gives you most of the idea, but doesn't really get a substantial amount of the rewards from actually turning the idea into a viable business.
I'll get my co-panelist to answer, then I'll have a thought too.
So I think one thing is that we've often defined the notion of competitions on these really big, visible ones, right? Like, hey, makeup that clears your skin and makes you 20 years younger, right? So that's, I think, just one very specific niche of what you could be looking at. Like for us, a large part of it is that the breaking down the problems is such an important part of the element. So, for example, we'll run between 5,000 and 10,000 challenges this year. The average prize is about $1,500, and so this is not solve asteroids. Even the asteroids problem is actually broken down into about 20 other sub-problems. And so I think that's one piece of it, is that the notion of where it's the scope. We often kind of fall to the extremes and think about the really big challenges versus how do you break it down into individual problems. And we think a lot of the art is actually in the architecting of the problem to break it down. That's the skill set that we think is very difficult over time. The other thing I would say is that on just more generally, is it comes back to the incentives. For us, developers are an interesting place because they're both social and antisocial at the same time. So this desire to have independence in action, but also be able to share when they want to share. And this independence is why a lot of our community members participate. They're not necessarily looking to kind of start a company, they're looking to solve a problem, and they enjoy that part of the equation. So it's aligning with their personal interests in a way that lets them express themselves when they want to.
I'll just add really briefly that I think a large number of this very creative people would either not have the skills or ability or able to make complementary investment, right? So for many, I'm thinking of examples like Quirky kind of, and the polymer. This is a question of whether somebody has a whole range of abilities and access to capital, and this is solving this problem for many people who would never have gotten out the door. So certainly there are rewards to the platform owners for reducing that risk.
Back there.
A lot of startups are trying to tap into the power of the crowds. What have you seen startups do that works when they don't have a partner like NASA, when they aren't some kind of big partner that can reach the crowds?
Yeah, I'll give you a perspective. I think one thing that startups, I think what's happening is that, like, if this was exotic and like rare a decade ago, now like everybody has a crowd strategy, right? You almost want to do that from like, you know, there's message boards to solve problems. Like SAP has a crowd strategy. You know, SAP has 2.5 million members in the community network. To any startup doing this. So I think in many ways, many startups are, you know, you start with that default and make it happen. One mistake people do is that they go that somehow like there's no effort required to make this work. Like this is like you throw the magic pixie dust of community and competition, and all of a sudden thousands of people will show up and make it work. And it's like, no, there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears required to actually get the community going, think of the right incentives, and actually you know, deliver on something that the crowd needs. Right. The third thing I would sort of say is that many people are doing this task partitioning thing. That's saying, let's take one element, let's partition that out, and figure out how to use a crowd on that. But I'll defer to my.
No, I will just add a little bit that from the things we looked at, if you think about founders of startups, they're probably the most strong-minded sort of, you know, they know the best way, right? So if in my talk I talked about not invented here syndrome, I would imagine that if they go for crowdsourcing something close to the core of their innovation, the chances of that paying off are very low. However, if you're going for things that are the startup doesn't see as core, or of course for understanding user needs, those would be the two areas. So you could believe that the power of user-driven innovation and us the users, and you could also say, you know, tap into top coder for your software. But I think that for the inventions that is the startup, probably asking the crowd for ideas is unlikely to lead very necessarily to the results, unless it's a crowdsourcing platform itself.
Yeah.
So I think the thing I would say is our success, where we've had success with startups, has been non-traditional. Like Biewald Labs is a startup, and they're like, I know I got one great architect, and I know I can't hire a bunch of great engineers because nobody's going to come work at Biewald Labs. So the crowd became kind of a default option. Me included, my instinct as an entrepreneur is, I know two great guys, let's go build something, right? And that's the default behavior of a startup. The issue is that you know two great guys and you know what you're working on, so you've already optimized for the right people, but then what happens when you need 10 and 20 and 50, and so it's a different model of scaling. So our startup expenses have been a lot when people realize they don't have the skills to scale in that domain. Because there is definitely convenience early on as an entrepreneur to have two people in a room with you just building together. But it's the question how you move from that. Companies, big companies that are trying to be innovative in small ways or start these different places, they know that they're trying to become software companies. Like, hey, we're in 3D printing, but we don't even understand what that means for software. We build door security. They are really attractive because they know that they're going to have a skills gap and they can't compete with the market for the talent.
So let me just ask a quick question. Maybe Natalia, you can get started, and Kareem and Narendra, you can pitch in. I mean, Natalia, you've been working on like outsourcing, global innovation for a long time, and now crowdsourcing. So, I mean, I've always been interested in the kind of industry that have been impacted by this, and on the other hand, that have not yet been impacted by this, right? So, I mean, you guys talked about many different examples, right? So I'm going back to crowdfunding. You know, Ethan talked about how medical crowdfunding is becoming the largest vertical, and I see evidence that real estate is becoming a new vertical. So can you guys talk about maybe like what industries haven't yet been touched by crowdsourcing, and what in your opinion you expect it to be coming soon?
I'll let Kareem handle this one while I think.
Okay. So what I would say is that where do we see crowds perform first, right? It was information-intensive businesses, so software. Well, why software? Why Wikipedia? Well, because you can modularize the chunks, right? And you have various ways to test and assess the veracity of somebody's claim. That I've got a good solution. Oh, let me go test it, right? I can run it against a compiler. Right. The compiler doesn't lie, right? It tells you what's going on, and then you can say, okay, this is good. I'll take it, right? So in many cases, you know, people say, well, how do you trust these guys? Well, you don't need to trust. Trust doesn't matter because you have other ways to verify veracity. Right, so that's why software was the first place where both top coder as well as open source has done so well. Now, what's interesting to me, and this is back to the argument made by Mark Andreessen, is that software is eating the world more and more. Right, software is getting into all physical products. And so the car company, right? What has Jay done with Local Motors? He's made the car into a software object, taken out chunks, and can now work independently on that and then print much, much later. And so I think what we're seeing is that as physical products can be abstracted, you can extract the information shadow of physical products, simulate them online. Biology has gone digital, right? Same thing, right? Then you'll see more of these things come together.
Okay. Yeah. I have something with you.
Go ahead.
No, okay. So I think one of the things I would say is when you talk to folks like Natalia and Kareem, you get a sense of, well, this just makes sense. Why isn't everybody doing this? About 0.00001% of the world's software development is done through crowdsourcing. However, a massive amount is done through open source. And so open source actually shows this is a better way of building software. It's hard to debut. World's most used operating system, world's most used database. You can go on and on. There's actually, I think, no debate at this point that open source is better than any commercial model for building software. In some ways, I look at what we're trying to do with crowdsourcing is take the model of open source and put incentives to get people to work on it in certain ways. Businesses have benefited from the output of open source, but they barely touch the process of the nature of how they work. Systems inside of companies take a long time to change. So we're really, really early and barely scratched the surface in terms of this going anywhere. And I would say almost every industry that we work in is starting at essentially zero. A firm or two is there, but we still feel like it's very, very early in that process.
Let me just add that I think the way Kareem put it, that it was hard for me to answer your question because I see quite broad boundaries, and it is driven by information intensity, and information intensity and digitization is pervasive in so many industries now. I'm going to sound like economist, one of the few because the more I think about it, the more I find evidence that the boundaries are often around IP issues and property rights. Because there are things where you want to reap the rewards, maybe back to the question of venture capitalism versus quirky, right? So there are places where you just have desire both by organization and individuals to reap much bigger rewards and to protect property rights and intellectual property. That's where it stops. So part of the polymer example is that, right? Potentially there may be people out there who invent something like this. It's just that that's not the right case for crowdsourcing, right? So even for cars, right? If somebody wants to grab that whole car and sort of make it their own, this would be the limit.
In fact, the car design is up as under a Creative Commons license. The entire bill of materials and the design you can download, but nobody's going to build it, right? Unless you have the skills to do that.
Sort of flipping that, it's basically where the pro-social motivation is the highest, you would see more of it. Where the private motivation is the highest, you would see less of it.
Fascinating. So we are unfortunately out of time. So let's give it up for the panel. Thank you. And we have one more session before we break for lunch. That's going to be moderated by another esteemed colleague, John Horton. So I'll leave it up to John.
Hi, my name's John. It's my pleasure to introduce the next group. We're going to have a session on social investment, open source tools, and human capital. And our first speaker is François. He is the head of citizen science at the Center for Urban Science and Progress.
You mic'd up?
He is a physicist by training and has a background in nanotechnology. So without further ado.
Well, thanks. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm, as mentioned, interested in urban science, but I'm interested in a lot of areas of science that are being affected by crowdsourcing. And I'm going to tell you about some work we've done on a tool, an open source tool for crowdsourcing science with Danielle Lombrania Gonzalez, my colleague at the Citizen Cyber Science Center at CERN. So something about citizen science and citizen cyber science. So citizen science has been around, long before Twitter and Facebook, long before the web and even the internet. People were going out and measuring things. There have been amateur archaeologists, amateur astronomers, ornithologists, making significant contributions to what we would consider the body of academic science through their observations and activities. And with the advent of the internet and the web in particular, we see suddenly a shift, an explosion, actually, of opportunities for ordinary people, non-professional scientists, amateurs, to contribute in a real and meaningful way to research, cutting-edge research. This is what I call citizen cyber science. And I deliberately show a young Chinese woman because, in fact, that's the big opportunity in citizen cyber science at the moment. We have quite a lot of, several million people contributing, but most of them are young men in North America and Europe. But actually, the shift of balance now is towards Asia. There are more people online in China than there are people in the United States now. And we think there's a great opportunity for citizen cyber science in China, India, and Africa. So I'm just going to give you some examples. I mean, this goes back a long way. SETI at home. Hands up whoever loaded SETI at home on their desktop. Okay, a few people. So SETI at home was a project launched in 1999, mind you, to get people to download some software that runs some simulations to study radio astronomical signals and look for signs of extraterrestrial intelligence. And there has been no discovery yet, but over 1 million people have downloaded this and participated. This is from a group at Berkeley, David Anderson. And this project really, it's fascinating. It has many of the elements that we now associate with successful crowdsourcing. There's a credit system, points for all the processing you do. There are fora where people share information, help each other, learn about the software, learn about the science. All of that was going on, well before Facebook, but in a very narrow community of interest. And then a few years later, this opened up to other forms of participation in science. One famous example, poster child of this, is Galaxy Zoo. So here, instead of using your processor, they're asking you to use your brain to do a pattern recognition problem that a computer finds relatively hard, and that is to say whether a particular galaxy image that's been harvested automatically is spiral or elliptical. And there have been some significant discoveries made by people in the community when they see pictures that are neither spiral or elliptical and mention it, and eventually the scientists who are managing this have found out, oh, we don't even know what that is. And then more recently, with mobile devices and smartphones in particular, there's been this renaissance of what you could say is classical citizen science, but in this new mode, digital mode. So Project NOAA, developed by Yasser Ansari, a NYU ITP student here, who spun this off as a company, is essentially the classical citizen science ornithologist on the iPhone. And it's not just ornithology, it's any bird or plant that you might be interested in. Take a picture of it, upload it. I do this with my daughter on the way to school, and within half an hour, someone out there who's an amateur has put up the Latin name of that squirrel and some information about it, where you can find more background about the animal. And if you do well and you upload lots of pictures and people are interested, you get virtual badges, and they put a lot of effort into the design of these badges, so there's some real motivation to join. And as you can see, people get so obsessed they actually tattoo Project NOAA badges on themselves. High-risk thing to do if they change their design. Anyway, what these projects have in common, though, is this sort of top-down. Someone's designed the whole project, typically a scientist, and they're asking the crowd to help them. I had a fellowship a while ago to go around the world and try and convince scientists in developing regions that citizen cyber science was something for them. It's a low-cost approach to doing science. I didn't have much success from formal professor-type scientists, but I have a lot of interest from activists and people who are trying to create knowledge from the bottom up. And as a result of that, with Danielle and with the Open Knowledge Foundation and the support of the Shuttleworth Foundation, we started a project called Crowdcrafting. And this is a simple web service. It's based entirely on open source tools. And the idea is you should be able to set up your own citizen cyber science project easily. And this is really based on the feedback that many people don't need 1 million people or even 100,000 people to help them with their research. Even a couple of hundred people over a weekend can do a lot of research. That's like 1 man year of a PhD. It's really valuable, right? But the tools that have been developed for these big projects are not well suited to that. So I'm not going to take you through all the things that crowdcrafting does. I'm going to focus in on a couple of examples that students, master's students at CUSP, who had no background in this before, have been doing. So under crowdcrafting, there's a number of tools. One of them is called PyBossa. PyBossa is Python-based, as you can guess, and it's a framework for creating these what we call volunteer thinking projects, where we ask people to analyze images or digitize text or whatever it is that we need them to do. And it's totally open source. You can go and use it right away. A lot of people are doing that. And so here's one of my students, Nick Johnson, a master's student. He's fascinated by trash. If you're living in New York, you can't get around it sometimes. It's everywhere. And the question is, where does it go, right? And it turns out it doesn't go to any landfill in New York or even in New York State. It's trucked to places like South Carolina, to landfills there. So he got really interested in where are all these landfills around the US and how much space do they occupy. And all he could find was a data set, EPA data set, with coordinates of landfills. But that didn't really say much at all. So he's taken that data set and he's invited the crowd to help him try and figure out where all these landfills are, what state they're in, are they active, and so on. So this is just one example of a picture from crowdcrafting. The red kite there is the position that the EPA data set says is a landfill, and what the person has done next to it is they've seen where the landfill is in the satellite images. These could be Google images. It happens to be Bing in this case. The person has made an estimate of what they think the landfill is. And of course, you don't, as usual, you don't trust one person, one person's data. You ask 20 or 30 people to look at this, and then you take some reasonable average of what they think the both the size and the status of this landfill is, right? So we're already with the preliminary data estimating that the total landfill area of the US is several times larger than New York, which, if you think about it, is amazing. I know the US is big, but it's still amazing. Another project at CUSP is we have people, we actually hired astronomers to take to analyze pictures taken every 30 seconds of the New York skyline. Why? Because the pattern of lights going on and off has a lot of rich information in it. This is big data analysis. That's what CUSP is really there to do. It's an urban informatics institution. And we're learning things about, for example, the average sleep pattern of New Yorkers looking at these lights. Or energy, how energy is being used, a proxy for energy being your lighting system. Okay, but there's a problem for this one astronomer is, in his field of view, the picture is that he has 20,000 windows and he has to tag by hand, you know, which one's a window and a lamp and so on. It's extremely time consuming. Again, why not ask the crowd? So a couple of master's students set up a project to do this. And you can see what they've done is, you don't ask the crowd or you don't ask individuals to tag 20,000 windows at once. Everybody gives up. You give them a small field of view and ask them to look at a few windows. And what the students did, which was the innovation here, which was surprising, is just using this tool, they realized that they could flip back and forth between nighttime and daytime images of the same scene, and that made it much easier to identify what was a light and what wasn't. Okay? So again, a very simple tool. This is not going to require tens of thousands of people, maybe only 100 people. We can probably do it internally in CUSP, and we may want to do it internally for privacy reasons. So this is a tool that can be used in many different ways. Okay, it is being used in many different ways and by all kinds of people. So we're discovering projects, there's several hundred projects now on crowdcrafting. Some of them are just tests and people fooling around. But here's a group that came in and used it, didn't ask us anything about what they were doing, made a very beautiful project. They're called SkyTruth. They're a nonprofit organization that's dedicated to using available imagery, satellite imagery, to discover what mining and oil companies are doing to mess up the face of the US. Okay? So they're looking at these pads of the fracking industries and asking the question, you can get open data sets of where these pads are, but what state they're in. Is it just still virgin forest? Have they started to build? Is there some equipment there? So, oops, sorry. this is what the crowdcrafting page looks like. So you're asked to say no pad visible, bare pad, pad with equipment, and so on. And they built in, I mean, this is part of the functionality of crowdcrafting, a whole training module. So if you guess wrong, you know, it'll tell you, sorry, wrong, and you improve gradually. And when you reach a certain level of prowess in identifying these things, you're let loose on other data they have. This is nothing new. There's a lot of projects that have done this, but we're making the tools open so that anyone else can use these approaches. This is the results they're getting. So these are, this is Pennsylvania, and they now have a sort of deep data set of which pads are active, which are still under development, and so on. So this is the open information they're able to release. We have groups of people in Iceland who are interested in analyzing Icelandic legal documents to see the relationship between whether judges were right-wing and left-wing and whether they incarcerated people. You know, they came, they had thousands of documents analyzed within 3 days, and they left. You know, they never asked us for anything. They just used the tools and went on. Worked out very well for them, and we eventually figured that out when we used Google Translate to read the Icelandic press. Okay, so I wanted to, since we're in a business school, you know, we've been able to do this thanks to the generosity of some foundations that are very far-seeing, the Shuttleworth Foundation, Sloan Foundation, the Open Society Foundations. But I personally don't believe that, you know, there should be a world in which everything just survives academically on handouts from nice foundations. There should be a business model behind open source if it's valuable. And so we're testing out a freemium model. So if you have a project, come and use crowdcrafting. If you want to do 100 projects and you have tens of thousands of images you want analyzed, you're going to have to pay for that, because there are some costs. You know, we're doing this in the cloud, but the cloud costs something, and so on. And what we discovered as a really useful business model is we have many people ring us up and say, hey, we really want to do this and that. And we would say to them, you know, these are companies, institutions like museums and so on. We'd say to them, well, go ahead, the software's there. And they'd say, yeah, but how much? You know, how much to do it? They don't want to mess around with open source software. They just want you to produce a product. And so we're now doing that, a sort of bespoke solution. And here's one example that was just launched by the British Museum. And so they've got a whole thing going now of getting people to help them with their research on all the artifacts they have in the museum. And they're actually proposing a sort of multi-tier thing. You can help them with the research. You can help them to fund the research. And then what I think is really exciting is you can tell them what sort of research they ought to be doing. You can contribute, as it were, to the whole process of research. And I think that's the really exciting direction of crowdsourcing in science, is when we go bottom up in asking the questions, having the crowd ask questions about science, right? I think that this is really going to shake up the academic system. So I invite you to try crowdcrafting if you have a problem like that. It's under development. We're launching new parts of it. We'll have volunteer computing components. We'll have we already work with a project called EpiCollect for collecting data on phones and then feeding it into crowdcrafting. So try it out, have fun with it, tell us what doesn't work, and it'll get better. Thank you.
So our next speaker is going to be Ashwini Agrawal, who's a professor here at NYU CERN. He's a professor of finance. His research interests are in corporate finance and labor economics and the economics of IT. He did his PhD at the University of Chicago. So, Ashwini.
Okay, thanks very much. So, being in a finance department, I'm a little bit outside the area of many of the things that we're talking about today. But I work with Prasanna Tambe, who is in IOMS. And you know, I'll just talk very briefly about this paper. One thing that was talked about before, I think in Narendra's presentation, at least in the context of this conference, is understanding the role that various types of innovations play in affecting various stakeholders. Okay? And one type of stakeholder that we've talked a lot about, at least in the press, and certainly and I'll talk about in the recent presidential election, is understanding how a lot of innovation and technological change impacts workers. Okay? So many of you guys probably remember in the recent presidential election there was a lot of debate about the role Mitt Romney played at Bain Capital and how some of the changes that they had made at companies impacted workers both in the short run and the long run. So I'll sort of talk about this paper and then tie it more to some of the things we've talked about. But there's been a lot of research, at least in finance and economics, looking at private equity more generally and trying to understand sort of two things. Number one, what's actually happening in many of the firms that get acquired by private equity investors. And number two, what happens to the workers following these transactions. Okay? Now, there's been a lot of work, at least in the last 10 to 15 years, or sort of looking at the LBO wave that has taken place. And there have been a lot of scholars who have argued that what's really been happening is that private equity investors, unlike the 80s, in the last 10 to 15 years, what they've really been doing is buying out these companies and upgrading the underlying technologies that are used by many of these firms. And so there have been some papers which look at changes in how work is organized, the types of skills that are required within these firms, and the types of sort of technologies that are put in place. But there's a lot of debate as to whether or not some of the value creation that's generated in these firms, what implication that has for some of the workers. Okay? And you can imagine that if you have a firm that just all of a sudden gets bought out by an investor that wants to implement some new technologies, that might be very costly for many of the workers at the firm, particularly those who either get substituted away and maybe laid off because those technologies displace them. And even for those who might work with the technologies, you might think that, well, they're not as important, or in certain ways that they're maybe not as critical as they were before. And that's sort of the view that many people have, sort of concerned about how technology might adversely affect many of the employees at certain firms. So anyway, so the starting point here, though, is that thinking about there's sort of all these issues floating around, but we really have no data or understanding for what actually happens in practice. And that's sort of the starting point for this paper. We want to look at the context, at least in the last 10 to 15 years, what has actually happened to workers in the long run following private equity acquisitions. Okay? So just to frame the sort of question and think about, you can even apply this more generally. If you had to think about how technology or innovation or something like that might impact workers in the long run, you might want to think about the following thought experiment. Suppose you could just look at two very similar people. Okay, let's call them identical, theoretically. Two identical people who join two otherwise identical firms. Okay? And suppose one of them gets bought out in an LBO, okay, private equity acquisition. What you'd like to know is what actually happens to the workers at these two firms in, let's say, the next 10 to 15 years. Okay? And you can imagine you'd think about this in many contexts. Suppose you introduce some new technology into a firm. What happens to the workers at one firm versus another? Okay? And what we do is we sort of think about this thought experiment, and we'll talk about what we do. We collect some data in which we think we can approximate this experiment. And one thing that we look at is if you compare person A, let's say person A versus person B, over the next 10 to 15 years, what fraction of that time does each person have a job? Okay, so one concern about technology is that it might displace workers. Workers with obsolete skills might not be able to get a new job, et cetera, et cetera. So the first thing we look at is, over time, what actually happens to the workers in a private equity acquisition versus those who are not involved in a private equity acquisition. And we find something very surprising, that if you look at how these people's career outcomes look, in the long run, the person who's actually been hit by an LBO is employed for a longer fraction of time relative to person B. Okay, and this is sort of for the average person at each of these firms. And we think this is surprising because we would think that many times, if you imagine, you know, Bain or Mitt Romney coming in, buying out this company, just sort of shelving half the workers, and then many of them just have trouble finding a new job. If you actually look at the data, you do not see that, okay, at least for the average worker. And so what we do in our paper is so we sort of present this fact, which is a bit surprising, then we put forth the following explanation, which is sort of two parts, but very straightforward. That what's really happening is that when these companies are bought out by private equity investors, two things are happening. Number one, that these investors are upgrading the technologies of the companies that they acquire. And number two, many, but not all, many of the workers actually acquire complementary skills as a result of these investments. And you see that these skills that they acquire are manifest in the types of labor outcomes that we think matter, such as their ability to get a new job in the long run. Okay? So what we do in this paper, and we'll talk about the data in a second, is that we'll look in great detail at the types of tasks that workers are performing within these firms. And so it is clear, and so we're not trying to argue that all workers benefit from these changes, but it's clear that there are positive beneficial effects that we typically don't think about when you think about this debate about private equity. In particular, if you look at workers who are performing tasks within firms, such as problem solving, making decisions, processing information, tasks in which at least the labor literature has found to be highly complementary to information technology, you will see that actually many of these workers acquire new skills that enable them to get new jobs at firms that also have demand for new technology. Okay? So how do we actually get the data to sort of approximate this experiment? So we have collected data from a very interesting source. We've collected resume information from one of the largest job search websites in the US, where you can imagine this is sort of a sample resume for a given worker. At one of these websites, if you want to find a job, you can post your resume. Probably many of us have used these sites. You post your resume with information about where you went to school, where you've worked, et cetera, et cetera. And if a company wants to hire you, they'll typically contact the company, go through the resumes, and identify the types of workers that they want. So what we've done is we've collected access to resumes for around 20 to 30 million US workers, where for each worker we'll typically have information such as where they went to school, and importantly, for each job, we will know where they worked, the start and end dates for each position, and what they did within the firm. Okay, so we'll have very detailed information for the types of tasks that they're performing in the company. And what we'll do is we'll then merge this data with two other data sets. The first one is from the Department of Labor, where for each worker we will identify the types of tasks and the occupation that they have at that firm. And that will tell us in great detail to what extent are you performing tasks such as processing information, making decisions, using sort of groups to handle your work, etc. And then we'll also merge this data with Capital IQ, which will give us information about the types of companies, their balance sheet, whether they get acquired by LBOs or not, et cetera, et cetera. So all we're doing is a very simple thing. You can collect data on people's resumes, okay, and get a sense if somebody was, let's say, hit by an LBO in their first job, from their resume, what does the rest of their resume look like? Okay, so this is kind of an interesting thing that we're sort of accessing this interesting data source to see what happens as a result of various changes that take place in certain companies. So in our context, we're specifically interested in private equity, but you can imagine that if you could look at, let's say, 20 to 30 million US resumes, you could get a sense for if somebody worked at a particular company, what happens to them in the long run? And that's a big question right now more generally, as many people have been looking at the very high unemployment rate and are concerned that many of the people who are unemployed may not have the skills that we would like them to have had. Okay? So given this data, I'll just sort of talk about, there's many results in the paper. I'll just talk about sort of who's in this resume database and what are some key things that we find. So the first thing that's just of general interest is understanding what are the types of people that are going to be looking for a job through an online resource versus other resources. So what we've done is here in the sort of left-hand column describe sort of our sample versus the US labor force. And what you find, for example, are two different things, or several things. One is that obviously the people who use a resume database are going to be different from the average US worker. So right off the bat, you'll see that it's much more likely that women are going to be using resume job search websites relative to men. Okay, and it's probably related to the types of occupations you can find. In our sample, around 52% of the users are female, whereas in the US labor force, only around 47% of the workers are female. If you look at education, you find some interesting things. We have a higher fraction of people in our database who have gone to college, which makes sense that usually we think college-educated people are more likely to use these sites. But you also see that around around at least 27% of our sample is high school educated only. So even people who you think may not have sort of the skills that would be relevant for online job search websites, they're actually using these resources quite prominently. Similarly, if you look at the types of industries in which people work and the types of occupations that they have, it's clear that if you work in places like finance, real estate, business, that you're much more likely to use a resume website versus somebody in the US labor force. Similarly, types of jobs such as healthcare, construction, etc., you're much less likely to have to use an online job search website to find a job. Okay, so but the key thing is that we're picking up a broad swath of people in various occupations who use these sites, and it's likely that over time it's probably going to increase. Okay, so given this data, there's sort of two things that we find. The first is that if you look at, so what this chart shows you is sort of comparing person A versus person B, but looking at different groups of people based on when they leave the firm after an LBO. Okay, so imagine Bain Capital comes to your company, and many people over the next 5 to 10 years are going to either stay at the firm or leave the firm. So what we've done here is sort of broken up people into 4 groups. Those people who leave within 6 months, over here. People who leave within 1.3 years. People who leave within 2.5 years, and then people who leave after that. And what you find are sort of two interesting facts. The first is that people who leave within 1.3 years, if you look at how their career paths look in terms of how easily they're able to get a job after this LBO, there's sort of no difference between person A and person B. Okay, both people are able to hold a job for the same fraction of time after this transaction, which is kind of surprising because you would think that many of the people who leave immediately after an LBO, let's say people who are laid off or fired, etc., you might think that they would have a relatively difficult time finding a job after this transaction, but you don't see this in the data. The second thing that we think is interesting is that people who do stay at least 1.3 years, based on our data, they're actually improving their sort of what we'll call employment durations by around 10 to 15%. So what that means is if you look at a person for a given year, somebody who's been employed at an LBO company will be employed for 10 to 15% longer time per year for every year after that transaction. The second thing that we'll find is and so that's sort of one part of the paper, and we go into that in much more detail. A second thing is just looking at what are the sorts of technological changes that are taking place at these companies. So there's really not very good data on whether a company is upgrading its technology or not. So many of the issues that we've talked about, even when I was listening, we care about these big questions like, well, how would technology impact workers? But you can imagine that it's even very hard to quantify and compare technological investment from one company versus another. So what we've done here, Sunny's done a lot of work on this, and it's gotten quite popular, looking at rates of IT employment sort of increasing after certain transactions. So what you see is that typically if a company wants to upgrade its IT, they'll invest in hiring many more IT workers who will be able to implement these systems. And what you see is that following these transactions, particularly in the last 7 to 10 years, where IT diffusion rates have been relatively high, you're seeing that following these transactions, private equity investors are really ramping up IT investment at these firms. Okay, so there's much more in the paper, but what we just want to show, sort of just summarize some of the things that we find. That number one, that following private equity transactions, many of the workers who are hit by these transactions are actually benefiting from skills that they acquire as a result of these investments. Firms are upgrading their ITs following these transactions, and then in the paper we look at what are the types of firms that these guys are relocating to after the LBO. And what you find is that there's this sort of bifurcation in terms of the career paths of people. There's many people who sort of don't really benefit from the technology directly, and for them they're sort of not showing any improvement in their employment outcomes. But then there's a large mass of workers who are not only picking up these skills, but they're able to join companies that actually have demand for some of the skills that they're acquired that are related to these new technologies. Okay? And we think that this is interesting because in this debate, when you think about a lot of these big topics, sort of in this conference, so what's the big picture? In this conference, we're talking a lot about technology, how some of the advances that are being made, and how it impacts various parts of society. If you go outside this room and you talk to many people who don't think so much about technology, you look at large things like changes in financial markets, private equity investors, et cetera, we don't have much of a notion for how very basic financial transactions impact workers. And we think that looking at how technology is related to many of these transactions would be useful for answering some of those questions. That's it. Thanks.
So now we have some time for a Q&A. So quick, yes. So why don't we start? We'll open it up to the crowd/audience.
It's before lunch, so we'll be brief too.
Quick question for Ashwini.
Yes.
So when you do the analysis and you find that, could it be that people who say, like, they find a job or are not doing well in their career, maybe they just want to put their resume on that website where you got the data?
Yes, that's actually, yeah, so I did not talk about that. So what I showed you is a very small subset of the things that you'd want to consider. That's a huge issue. There are a number of issues in the paper. It is true that many of the workers, there's probably going to be a large mass of very large, sort of, let's say, older workers who just leave the labor force following these transactions, and we don't pick them up in our data. And so that's why we try to be very careful to say that it's certainly not the case that everybody is benefiting from these technologies. But what's interesting, though, is that you can imagine what we did is we looked at, let's say, younger workers who likely, even if they get laid off or get discouraged, they still probably want to stay within the labor force. And what's interesting is that for many of those workers, let's say they leave within 3 to 4 months, you don't see as large of a negative effect as you would have thought. That's not to say that people outside the sample don't experience these things, but from what we observe, it's interesting.
So I have a question. So on the theme of imparting human capital from some experience, François, when you were talking about people working in these different tasks, most of them are very kind of typical Mechanical Turk type. They just rely on human vision, to spot something. Do you see people over time showing an interest in sort of higher order skills, or do you think that that's like a viable path where people could do more complicated but still micro type work?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a strong demand for that. We've had people, especially when we present these technologies to, I would say, the younger, sort of more radical people, it's like, we don't want to be monkeys, we don't want to be button clickers. We want to do something that really matters. And I think a lot of the projects that are doing well have thought of, a kind of pathway where you are educating yourself in that field, not just sticking with one task, but moving up a ladder, as it were, and learning. And there's a lot of discussion in this field about badging, so virtual badges, not just the ones you tattoo, but ones that could have some value in the real world in terms of, some university giving you a credit for something. So we definitely see people wanting to progress in their knowledge of science. Ultimately, some people, going back to school because of their involvement in projects like this.
It's very exciting. So let me ask another question. So when you were doing the work on Ashwini, when you were doing work on using these resume things, this was something that was probably a pretty complex parsing task of trying to take a resume, which everyone has sort of used their own version, and turn it into kind of structured data. Did that seem? So I guess where I'm going is, using this kind of crowd labor for the social sciences, and sort of, do you see sort of projects that, if you had a massive army of people who could code things, there's like projects that you would do, if you had that tool in your hands?
Sure. That's a big question. I don't think I'm well equipped to answer it. I would say for sure, when I was listening to some of the things that were talked about, that yes, there's a lot of value in having, let's say, a crowd being able to do a lot of the work that as researchers we wouldn't do. I think it was interesting because a lot of the discussion that was about innovation at firms versus crowdsourcing, the number one question that came to my mind is that I think it's pretty obvious that the types of problems there's certain types of problems and research areas in which crowdsourcing is going to be very useful. And you can imagine there's other types of problems in which you'd want to do that in a firm, where there's incentives to do things. I would say one of my biggest source of value is not so much in parsing data, but hopefully that PhD will come in handy, and then I can at least think about some of the big questions. And that's some of the uses of, I would say, in a big company where you might have people like a Steve Jobs thinking about the big picture and sort of how things work. So I think it's important to use sort of big crowds for answering questions, but there's a lot of value in also having thinkers who can actually piece things together. I'm not sure if that's optimal for crowdsourcing or not.
Right, and that kind of seems like a theme, sort of this division of labor of the problem formulator and the person who maybe is doing some of the work that previously either was doing by the researcher or just wasn't done at all.
Right.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, a question to the crowd, since we have many very brilliant people in the crowd here. And I tried to drop this bomb about, well, there's a lot of other people outside in, China, India, Africa, who, potentially could be enormous resources for their local communities or for the globe. What's happening with crowdsourcing around the world? Kickstarter only works in the US, UK, maybe Netherlands now. What else is going on? What's happening in China and so on? Does anyone have a feel, something to say about where the hot spots are for crowdsourcing around the world and crowdfunding?
I can speak a little bit about South Korea. I was actually there a couple of weeks back.
So crowdfunding is just picking up there. So in South Korea, crowdfunding is just about picking off. They're also, I mean, they tried their hands at, the Kickstarter, Indiegogo models of movies, arts, music, books, that sort of thing. But there's a lot more sort of a need/attention towards equity, equity crowdfunding. So it's almost like they're about to kind of bypass the arts, movies stuff and go directly into equity. But the government is obviously like waiting for some of the countries in the West to lay the ground rules. So I had some conversation with some of the entrepreneurs in this space, and it seems like they are going to jump more into equity, but they are going to look up to the US and the UK to set the rules. And yeah. So.
Great, thanks. To follow that up, you're sitting with John here, who will have a lot to say about that later today, but in particular thinking about north-south labor markets in crowdsourcing.
So I'm actually going to be talking about something a little different, but I will pick up what Avi is talking about, which is, before I came to NYU, I worked at Odesk, which is an online labor market. And you were kind of asking, so where are the obstacles to something more global? Well, on Odesk, it was very global, but the kind of obstacles were more logistical. Can you get money to this country? Can you reliably pay people? Do they have a sufficient internet bandwidth that they can do some kinds of tasks that would require high bandwidth? So in-person customer service support, that kind of thing. But one of the nice things about online work is the sort of infrastructural requirements of the country don't have to be there. Basically, can you get online? Can you get money? And you're good to go.
Thanks.
Okay, I think we're actually running out of time. So I want to say thank you so much. Or John, do you want to? So we're actually going to be breaking for lunch now. We have a very dynamic second half, starting off with an equity crowdfunding module that's going to begin at 2 o'clock. So right now we're going to ask folks to head to the 5th floor. So upstairs we're having lunch in room 550, and then we'll be back here at 2 o'clock. Thanks. So as soon as they get out.
Yeah, I think so. I appreciate it. Yeah. No worries. We're all gonna bug this. Thanks.
Yeah, one more floating around. So I'm working you more than you would have imagined, I'm sure. So I'm sorry, but thank you so much, because I don't know what I would do without an extra person. You're the best ever. There's a box. I mean, sorry I didn't care, but there's a box lunch for you hanging out somewhere. I'm gonna head to do a few things and hang out here and eat. I actually wanted to talk to you about.
Yikes.
Yes.
I'm also
There's gonna be quite the crunch again with the mics. Yep. So Anindya was going to keep it on him. Yep. And so. Does he have it on now? I think we never took it off yet. Okay, so he should have it.
Something I gotta see where it is because I'm not getting a signal.
Yeah, he's right there, but you can ask him.
Okay.
It's like here, and also what we'll be able to find Luan? Yeah, well, the good thing about it coming after lunch is that I haven't seen her yet, but that's my goal. That's basically we're not going to, okay, great, thanks, Darren, that we're not going to, that's really starting to so basically,
It is.
it's the crowd.
Well, you can ask the camera department. Any of those guys here. The guy with the shirt's tucked in, maybe.